Let's go back to the big story we're tracking from New Delhi. The procession that's being carried out in Delhi's Jahangirpuri area at the moment. Tanushree Pandey joining us with a quick update from Ground Zero. Tanushree, what are you seeing at the moment? Last we spoke, everything was peaceful. There was riot control, police deployed there, police personnel deployed there, heavy security deployment actually. What are you seeing at the moment? What is the atmosphere in Delhi's Jahangirpuri?
Well, that's right. What we told our audience last time, that the situation is very much under control. It still remains to be the same. There is riot control, as you rightly mentioned. There is a huge deployment of Delhi police, paramilitary forces, also riot control forces. Because last time, what happened in Jahangirpuri during the Hanuman Jayanti procession, that clashes broke out between people of two communities and eventually led to a communal riot in Jahangirpuri. And that is why Delhi police this time around precisely did not give permission to take out the Shobha Yatra. Residents of Jahangirpuri, also many right-wing organizations reached out to the Delhi police yesterday that we want to take out a Shobha Yatra on the occasion of Ram Navami today. Delhi police did not initially give them the permission, but now after witnessing that people are defying Delhi police's orders and people are anyway on the streets with saffron flags, taking out a procession, blasting speakers, loudspeakers and songs being played, Delhi police finally budged and give them a permission, but only till up to 500 meters. So there is a designated park which has been given for to the people of Jahangirpuri to take out this Ram Navami procession. As of now, things are very much under control. Heads of both the communities, the Hindu community, the Muslim community living in Jahangirpuri have already been reached out by the Delhi police. They have been asked to keep their people from their own community at bay. They have been asked to tell everyone that the situation shouldn't go out of control, and that is what we are witnessing on the ground, that a procession is being taken out. Saffron flags, as you can see in the visuals, can be seen in the air, but everything peaceful, and we really hope that that is how it remains as the day proceeds. Parmeshwar, back to you.
Hey, Tanushree, we will of course revert to you once you're at Delhi's Jahangirpuri. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Up next, the COVID tally and whether you should be concerned at this point or not. All the details are coming up in a moment.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step.
India recorded 3,016 new COVID cases in the last 24 hours, a 40% jump just since yesterday. The daily positivity rate has been recorded at 2.7%, and the weekly positivity rate is at 1.71% as we speak. Meanwhile, 3 deaths have been reported from Maharashtra, 2 from Delhi, and 1 reported by Himachal Pradesh in a span of 24 hours, and 8 reconciled by Kerala. The active cases currently comprise of 0.03% of the total infections, while the national COVID-19 recovery rate has been recorded at 98.78%. Vedant Agarwal joining us at this point from LNJP Hospital with the Medical Director Suresh Kumar. Vedant, over to you. What can you share with us?
Parmeshwar, very quickly before going across to Mr. Suresh Kumar, let me also tell you that as we speak, Delhi's COVID emergency meet is underway. Saurabh Bhardwaj, the Health Minister of the National Capital, he is holding that meet, and he's expected to address a press conference as well. As you rightly pointed out, Delhi has recorded 2 deaths, and the positivity rate as far as Delhi is concerned is close to 14%. So that is concerning. I'm joined by the medical director of the LNJP hospital, one of the busiest hospitals here in the national capital. So first of all, tell me the kind of patients that you're seeing as far as COVID is concerned. Are there serious patients? How many of them have actually required ICU, and how many of them are on oxygen support?
Right now we have 5 patients. 1 patient is on the ventilator and 4 patients are on the oxygen. By and large, most of the patients have mild symptoms. Right. But those who have the other diseases like cancer or CKD, who are on maintenance dialysis, TB patients, they are the one who require the ICU care.
So basically patients with comorbidities.
They are here in our hospital, and we have seen the patients who are coming to the OPD with just simple RT-PCR reports. They are stable, their oxygen level is normal, and most of these patients don't require indoor care or hospitalization. So this variant, XBB variant, which is currently going on, and we are sending all the samples who are RT-PCR positive for gene sequencing, and we are awaiting the gene sequencing report. But this time, although the positivity rate is high, as you said that it is more than 10%, because the number of total tests are also less, so positivity is high, and number of patients who are requiring admission is less. Most of these patients are recovering within a period of 3 to 7 days, right. And right now there is no need to panic.
Right. Very quick question. So the other important thing here is that you also have a testing facility here as well as genome sequencing. Has testing also increased, and have you ramped up genome sequencing here as well?
Yes. We have sent all the samples who are RT-PCR positive, who are admitted. All the samples are we have submitted for gene sequencing, so that we can know which is the variant responsible for this current surge.
And what kind of preparations have you made to tackle a possible surge further? I mean, have you increased the number of beds earmarked for COVID, number of ventilators? What kind of preparations have been made?
Right now we have 450 beds. We have 50 beds reserved for sick patients, critical patients, and for ICU beds are there. Last week we also had the mock drill, where we have tested our infrastructure, oxygen facility, all our liquid oxygen we have checked, and we have circulated all the Government of India guidelines. If any surge is there, we can handle these, and we have sufficient stock of medicine, antiviral drug, which are used for treatment of COVID patients.
Right. Thanks very much, sir, for speaking to us. And Parmeshwar, another important thing to point out is that the Union Health Minister has also directed states to conduct nationwide mock drills in the first week of April. And the other thing, we reached out to a couple of experts. So they're saying that the R rate, or the R value of COVID, which is a critical number, basically how many people can an infected person further infect, that is between 3 and 4. So experts say that it's difficult to calculate the exact number right now, but it's between 3 and 4. So of course, course, they say that it might have crossed the threshold for, to expect a new wave of COVID. However, the good thing is that cases are mild, so there's no need to panic, as everybody has been saying.
For joining us with our latest update. To understand the surge in COVID infections across India, we have with us Dr. Ishwar Gilada, Consultant Infectious Diseases and Secretary General of the Organised Medicine Academic Guild. Also joining us on the broadcast, Dr. Sunila Garg, member of the Lancet Commission of the COVID India Task Force, as well as an advisor at ICMR and the World Health Organization. Thank you so much for joining us, doctors, on the broadcast this morning. Dr. Gilada, I'd like to begin with you. Now, by all metrics, there has been a rise in COVID-19 cases over several weeks. While we know these are numbers well within the comfort margins of health authorities, what is your assessment? What is driving this latest surge, and is there a need to worry at this point?
So thank you very much, Parmeshwar, for having me on this show. Basically, we need to understand one thing, that nobody understands COVID properly. Number two, we have a waning immunity, both to the natural infection as well as to the vaccine immunity. A lot of people have not taken the third dose. Third dose uptake has been between 25 to 30% in different states. So if you look at only second dose, people have taken second dose almost 2 years before. Now, we should not be only bothered about number of cases going up. We should look at whether relatively deaths are increasing, whether hospitalization is increasing, whether oxygen demand, ICU, ventilator demand is increasing. And what we find currently, that yes, there has been uptake. If you compare 1 month before and now, there has been 30 times jump in the country. Country used to report only 100 cases a day a month before, and now it is around 3,000 cases today. Yesterday there were 2,000. So the 30 times jump. But if you look at the weekly assessment, when there is a 54% increase in cases between last week and this week, the deaths are increased only by 23%. We don't want anybody to die. But if you look at who is dying, who is getting hospitalized, those which are with severe comorbidities, uncontrolled diabetes, respiratory problems, and those which are above 60. So what we need to do currently, that we need to, on one hand, the government sector and the lab sector, they should continue to have a good surveillance, good monitoring, good genome sequencing. But the entire public, entire people should not be bothered about what we are seeing in the sequencing, because as soon as we say XBB 1.16, we say, oh, the new variant has come. But India has been since beginning of 2022, we had only Omicron, and Omicron only BA.2. And BA.2 did not allow BA.4 and BA.5. All these XBB, etc., they are originated from India with the convergence of two different subvariants of BA.2. Now, XBB 1 and XBB 1.15 and 1.6, they have come. Currently, almost 60 to 70% cases are XBB 1.16. So it may be highly infectious, but it is not fatal. But it doesn't mean that people should get infected. We should vaccinate those people who have not taken the third dose, particularly those which are above 60 and with comorbidities. And our policy should be robust, because when we start vaccination, we were keeping only for X class of people, then we lowered it down. Till today, vaccine is not available in the private sector. So when a doctor can give any other vaccine, like typhoid, hepatitis B and pneumovac, why can't they give, they can give flu vaccine, why can't they give COVID vaccine? But that is ration. So I think we should have a rational policy. Secondly, there should be masking only for those people which have a minimal symptom, even running nose and a cough, because virus is going to come in and go out only from the nose and mouth. So particularly those people who have their elderly people at home, people with comorbidity at home, they should be very, very particular, including children and working class people. They will bring infection from society to the infected, to the people at risk at family, and back and forth. So we should be very particular about those things. Otherwise, for common people, nothing to worry. This after a very big major earthquake, there are always the ripple effects. There are always tremors. This is one of the tremors.
Right, Dr. Gilada, lots to unpack there, but very crucial concerns and suggestions at this point. Dr. Garg, I'd like to rope you in at this point, just touching upon something that Dr. Gilada just skimmed through. With the majority of adults and adolescents having taken their second dose at least a year ago, and with extremely small numbers opting for a booster, what would you say India is relying on hybrid immunity arising from vaccination and natural infection for extended protection?
Yes, that is important, that we did have, 2 doses of vaccine, and as you know, Omicron infection was there, everyone was infected. So we were, doubly vaccinated, and also we were naturally infected also. But then, the time came when we started seeing the cases, again now. But our precautionary dose was introduced, but very few people have taken that. That's almost about 33%. So the time has come where people should be taking their boosters. That is important, and our focus also has got to be on elderly and elderly with comorbidities. And people also, along with that, with comorbidities, they serve as our priority areas of attention, so that they have to come and take the vaccination fast. So this is where our national communication strategy plan, which is already in place, that means we have to sensitize national people, then, state people and district people, so that, this message goes loud and clear. At the same time, we cannot lose a sight of test, treat and track. That is important, and all the things have to go side by side. But another thing which I would like to say is that when we talk about the mask mandate, the hospitals, the closed settings like metros and all, when we talk of Delhi's positivity, which is touching around 14%, it is very important that in the closed places like metros and all, which is the lifeline of Delhi, it is there we should make, the mask mandatory, and we should be very observant. We should not be, I'll say that we should not panic, but we have to be watchful about the red spots and all that, and hotspots where we are getting the number of cases, so that, we can, take immediate actions around that point. But you see, as the vaccine is concerned, apart from the boosters, it is the companies, they need to relook at the strains of the vaccines which are in circulation. As Dr. Yeddyurappa pointed out, that we do have this XBB 1.16 variant, which is a recombinant. It's a combination of 2 viruses where, there is exchange of genetic material, but it is highly transmissible. That is important, because if we are seeing 50% rise in cases, we cannot be complacent. So this is where the states need to be sensitized. We need to be conscious. We need to be following appropriate measures, but genomic sequencing, testing of passengers also, we need to be vigilant about that part also. So overall, you have to take a holistic approach, and our systems have got to be ready with regard to the beds and all that, with regard to adequate supplies, with regard to, financing part and the medicines and all that. Our system readiness has got to be there in place. So all these things together, we should not take it lightly. We have to be vigilant, and we need to keep watch on the number of cases. So as of now, and also the supplies, but another thing which I would like to say, indiscriminate use of antibiotics should not be done. And plus,
very crucial point there, Dr. Garg. Yes, please carry on.
So that is important. And another thing is that we have now, in place home isolation, home management and all. So that is where people should not unnecessarily come to the hospitals and crowd them. So that is another important point I'd like to say.
Right. So I think it's fair to say that test, treat and track, so that no complacency seeps in, should be your motto at this moment. But in closed places also, like Dr. Garg just mentioned, like metros, etc., masks should be mandatory. But Dr. Yeddyurappa, many people we've been speaking to, they actually talk about the increase in the number of seasonal influenza, the H3N2 cases, and tests on patients often reveal an uptick in COVID-19 cases. Is this something you witnessed with your patients too?
Yeah, you see, 2 weeks before the H3N2 and H1N1, they were higher than COVID. And when we are sitting in clinics, we are getting baffled, where people come with environmental pollution, allergic bronchitis, or H3N2 or H1N1 and COVID. And we don't know what is it, because all of them have similar symptoms. And H3N2 test or influenza test is very expensive. So people were doing only COVID test, and only COVID cases were found positive. But now we clearly see that COVID uptake is much higher, and it is almost 100 times up in 1 month. And not only there are 100 districts in the country out of 600 plus districts which have more than 5% positivity. So what happens is the other 500 districts think that, my God, we are safe. That attitude is wrong. So for 2 things, that we always talk about pandemic preparedness for the nation. Similarly, there has to be a disease preparedness at every individual level or a family level or a unit level. We should be all prepared. We should be all thinking of that. Secondly, we promote vaccine only when people are dying, when more infections are there. Actually, vaccines work better when the infections are lying low. So this is a proper time to take vaccine. And therefore, whether Delhi is having 14%, Mumbai is having 10%, or some district is having only 1%, everybody is at equal risk. So the people should understand, if it was not there in the country almost a month before, it has come to such a level, 100 times going up. That means it will happen in the rural and hinterland also. So we should be particular. It is going to be pan-India. If you see graph of the world, in Africa also it is now increasing. In neighboring countries also it is increasing. In Malaysia it is having a good uptake. So India has a 54% rise in 1 week, but there are countries where 100%, 200%, 500% rise in just 1 week. So I think it is pan-globe. This is going to have this kind of impact. But one thing is very clear. This wave is not going to be a big wave. It is not going to be like a Delta. Delta had already baffled us. Virus has to come here to stay, just like human being, and it's going to be symbiosis. We need to make friends with such kind of infections. We need to protect our elderly people. We need to see that comorbidities are always controlled. It's not only for pandemic we should control. So people, there is a Hindi couplet says, "Dukh mein sumeran sab kare, sukh mein kare no koe." Jo sukh mein sumeran kare to dukh kahe ko hai. So people don't look after themselves properly. They don't look at their immunity properly. Only when disease comes out, now we should take immune boosters. No, it is going to be pan year or pan life. So one should look after their life properly. Keep away from kind of habits which can mar your immunity. See that your comorbidities are well controlled. And I think whether COVID comes or any infection comes, we can overcome them. And anyways, is a man proposes, God disposes. No one is going to come and stay here for 125, 130, 150 years. So some diseases will keep on coming, whether it's a cancer or infections or man-made catastrophes, people are going to die. But at the same time, we should have very good preparedness. And I'm good that Dr. Sunila Garg also, we are on the same page.
Right.
That we talk about, even we started talking about before COVID, that there should be pandemic preparedness. And that should be the goal of the country, and that should be the goal of the humanity.
Right. As we wrap, I mean, it's been more than 3 years after the pandemic began. There have been new variants, also an uptick in cases and hospitalizations, not just in India, but across the world. But thanks to Dr. Garg and Dr. Gilada, as they said, there's no room for complacency. We should remain vigilant and not panic. Thank you so much, doctors, for joining us and clarifying our queries. Several states are also planning to hold emergency meetings over this alarming rise in COVID cases this week, starting with Delhi today.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out. by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track, get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track, get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young.
A Ram Navami procession takes place in the national capital in the northwest Delhi area of Jahangirpuri, despite the police denying permission. In a major accident in Indore's Sri Baleshwar Mahadev Jhulelal temple, more than 25 people fall into a stepwell. Many feared trapped. Rescue operations currently underway. And it's the BJP versus the Congress versus JDS in battleground Karnataka. Yeddyurappa's son may contest against Siddaramaiah. Over 3,000 new COVID cases reported in the country in the last 24 hours, the highest daily count in almost 6 months. 300 COVID cases reported in the national capital, highest since September last year. The Delhi government calls for an emergency meet. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP's poster war escalates, this time not limited to the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party puts up Modi Hatao, Desh Bachao posters in 11 languages across the country. AAP's Pan-India poster campaign, the BJP says Prime Minister's popularity will only increase with these posters. It's day 2 of West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's dharna in Kolkata against the central government. In a unique protest, Mamata Banerjee puts a washing machine on stage, says cases against politicians get washed away when they join the BJP. Khalistani leader Amritsar Singh on the run in Punjab releases a new video. The police says it's a 2-day-old video and released from handles in the United Kingdom. The Punjab police's manhunt for Amritsar Singh continues for the 12th day. The police suspects he's back in Punjab. Good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Priyanshi Sharma. Let's start with our lead story. A large Ram Navami procession was held in the national capital in the Jahangirpuri area, despite the police denying them permission. My colleague Tanushree is joining us from the ground. And Tanushree, take us through the situation right now. Is it peaceful? Is the procession still going on, or has it been completed?
Well, Priyanshi, the procession is over and the situation is very much peaceful. There was a huge deployment of paramilitary forces, riot control forces, and as well as Delhi police, which have most of the forces have now moved out of Jahangirpuri. In the background, what you can see and you can read, it's written Jai Shri Ram. It was written by the organizers. Now the organizers of the Ram Navami procession not just included the residents of the area, but it also had many right-wing organizations like Bajrang Dal, there was Akhil Bhartiya Yuva Morcha, then there was Hindu Sabha as well. Now all these organizers reached out to Delhi police yesterday asking for a permission to take out a Shobha Yatra. Delhi police very categorically did not grant them permission, considering what happened last year during the Hanuman Jayanti procession, where there were clashes between people of two communities and eventually led to a communal riot in Jahangirpuri. It is as it is a very sensitive area in the national capital, and that's why the Delhi police did not grant permission. But guess what, Priyanshi, that the organizers, including Bajrang Dal, Akhil Bhartiya Yuva Morcha, Hindu Sabha, and also the residents of the area, they defied the Delhi police orders, went ahead. Hundreds of people were on the streets. You can see in the visuals there were saffron flags. They were marching with saffron flags. Loudspeakers were blasting, and there were songs, but no song. Since we were here, we did not hear any song, any hateful song, as it has been witnessed in many such occasions in the past. There was no hateful song being played, but many people, hundreds of people, defied the Delhi police order and went ahead with the Shobha Yatra. And finally, Delhi police had to budge. They had to give them permission, but only till a designated 500-meter area. So a park was designated for the people of Jahangirpuri and for the right-wing organizations to take out this Shobha Yatra, which is now over. The situation is very much peaceful. Everything is under control. Law and order situation is also intact. Delhi police, though, is still here. It continues to keep a very close eye on the situation because it's a sensitive area, as I mentioned. But the paramilitary forces and the riot control forces have been asked to now move out. Most of the organizers have been asked to now get done with the procession and move out, and also the residents have been asked to go inside their houses, not crowd the streets if the procession is over. So all good. food. The situation is peaceful, and we really hope this is how it stays as the day proceeds. Back to you.
Right, Tanushree, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So good to know that the situation there is peaceful. The procession has been completed for the day, and let's just also get you a sense of what the procession looked like while it was happening. Here's a report by my colleague Sharat Sharma.
मैं दिल्ली के जहांगीरपुरी में हूँ। जहांगीरपुरी में पुलिस की मनाही के बावजूद भी रामनवमी के मौके पर ये शोभा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है। जहांगीरपुरी जो कि एक संवेदनशील इलाका माना जाता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर दो समुदाय, हिंदू हो चाहे मुस्लिम हो, दोनों के ही जो लोग हैं, समुदाय के लोग जो हैं वो ठीक ठाक संख्या में रहते हैं। और पिछले साल जब हनुमान जयंती के मौके पर यहाँ पर शोभा यात्रा निकाली जा रही थी तो हिंसा यहाँ पर हो गई थी। तो इस बार दिल्ली पुलिस ने शोभा यात्रा, रामनवमी के मौके पर शोभा यात्रा निकालने की इजाजत इस संगठन को नहीं दी थी। इसके बावजूद भी, पुलिस की मनाही के बावजूद भी जहांगीरपुरी की सड़कों पर ये आप देखिए कि बड़ी संख्या में श्रद्धालुओं के साथ में ये शोभा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है। आपको याद ही होगा कि पिछले साल यहाँ पर जब हनुमान जयंती पर शोभा यात्रा निकाली गई थी तो बहुत से पुलिस वाले भी घायल हुए थे, और दोनों ही समुदाय, चाहे वो हिंदू हो चाहे मुस्लिम हो, दोनों के ही लोग घायल हुए थे। तो इसी को देखते हुए पुलिस ने इजाजत नहीं दी थी, लेकिन जो एक संगठन है जिसने यहाँ पर आयोजन किया, अखिल भारत हिंदू युवा मोर्चा नाम का यह संगठन है जिसने ये आयोजन किया, वो शोभा यात्रा निकालने पर अड़ा हुआ था। तो भारी पुलिस बल की तैनाती में, पैरा मिलिट्री फोर्स की तैनाती में, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स सीआरपीएफ की तैनाती में दिल्ली के जहांगीरपुरी में रामनवमी के मौके पर ये शोभा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है। जहांगीरपुरी से अपने कैमरा सहयोगी कानन पत्रा के साथ में शरद शर्मा, एनडीटीवी इंडिया।
Now, unfortunate news from Madhya Pradesh. In a major accident in Indore's Shri Baleshwar Mahadev Jhulelal temple, more than 25 people fell into a stepwell. The incident happened on the occasion of Ram Navami as the temple witnessed rush and the roof of the stepwell reportedly collapsed, which caused the accident, as you can see in those visuals. Now, the rescue operation is currently underway. Listen in to what the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said on this.
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना हुई है, लेकिन भगवान की कृपा से हम सब पूरी ताकत से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में जुटे हुए हैं। मैं लगातार संपर्क में हूं। अब तक 10 लोग सुरक्षित बाहर निकाले जा चुके हैं। 9 और सुरक्षित जीवित अभी अंदर हैं जो सुरक्षित हैं, और बाकी के लिए प्रयास लगातार जारी है। मुझे लगता है कि प्रभु राम की कृपा से, भगवान की कृपा से हम लोग जो बेहतर से बेहतर हो सकता है, सारे संसाधन वहाँ जुटाए हुए हैं और काम में लगे हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि हम सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल पाने में सफल हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि 19 लोगों का तो मैंने बताया ही, अभी बाकी के लिए प्रयास जारी है।
Let's go across to my colleague Anurag Dwari, who is joining us for more details on this. And Anurag, unfortunately, many still feared trapped. What do we know about how the roof collapsed? Any information on that front?
Yes, at least initially, what we have been told that 25 people are feared trapped after the roof of this ancient Bawdi situated in a temple at Patel Nagar area in Indore collapsed. A Havan was being performed when this incident happened in the hospital, and a few eyewitnesses have told us that a large number of people had gathered on the roof of the ancient Bawdi, and it caved in as it was unable to bear the load. And the Chief Minister has said that so far 10 people have been evacuated and rushed to the hospital, and around 15 to 20 ambulances are also being deployed in the area. And around 9 devotees are still inside the Bawadi, but they're, they're well, and efforts are being on to rescue them also. The Chief Minister has taken the cognizance of the incident and instructed all the senior officials of Indore district to speed up the rescue operations. And efforts are also underway to rescue other people. The Chief Minister's office is also in constant touch with the Indore district administration. All the senior officials of Indore Police and district administration as well as SDRF are present at the spot, and efforts are being made to evacuate the devotees.
Right, Anurag, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So as you can see, the rescue operations are currently underway, and many feared trapped there after this accident. Now moving on, a drunk passenger reportedly vomited in the aisle and defecated around the toilet on an Indigo flight from Guwahati to Delhi, and this happened on the 26th of March. Now the incident, which of course reminds us of the Air India incident in which that stoked of course nationwide outrage, this incident has been shared by an advocate on Twitter who was travelling on this very flight. Advocate Bhaskar Dev Konwar, sharing the photos, praised the Indigo staff for handling the situation. The photo shared by him shows the crew member wearing gloves and a mask, cleaning the spot where the passenger vomited with spray and tissue papers. Now he wrote that crew members had to crawl on the aisle to clean it up, and he purposely did not click more pictures out of respect. Another passenger shared the incident on Twitter and said that some people can't handle liquor. Remember, last year, a drunk passenger had urinated on an elderly woman on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, and the airlines received flack for not taking prompt action against the passenger. He was arrested 6 weeks after this act at the Air India flight. But this time, the passengers are praising the Indigo crew for handling this incident well. With that, time for a short break. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made.
Welcome back. Let's now turn our attention to the upcoming Karnataka elections. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa, who's spearheading the BJP's election campaign in Karnataka ahead of the May 10 polls, today hinted that his son may contest against Congress's veteran Siddaramaiah. Now, a confident D.K. Shivkumar said that there won't be any defections from the party to the BJP while welcoming new members into the party. Now, since its formation in 1999, the JDS has not been able to form a government on its own, and setting an ambitious target of winning 123 seats, JDS leader Kumaraswamy said that the party would come to power on its own and there was no question of alliance with the BJP as claimed by the Congress. My colleague Srija now joining us for more details on this. And Srija, we saw the three players from the three major parties that will face that contest in Karnataka making statements today. But the former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa hinting that his son will contest against Congress veteran Siddaramaiah.
Well, definitely that is not very, confirmed right now, because that was to a question as far as Vijayendra's from which constituency he will be contesting from, because if you remember last time when you had B.S. Yeddyurappa saying that he will not be, contesting from Shikaripura constituency, which also meant that he is retiring from electoral politics, he did go on at various platforms announce that his son, his successor would be his son contesting from Shikaripura constituency. But clearly that did not go down well with several of the senior party leaders, in fact, who went on to even call that as a kitchen politics. But, of course, B.S. Yeddyurappa did very clearly say that it is left up to the BJP's high command to decide whether his son Vijayendra will have to contest from Shikaripura constituency or not. But today, of course, he's made the statement talking about how, to a question that whether especially the BJP will be fielding a stronger candidate, as far as opposite to Varuna constituency for Siddaramaiah is concerned. So that is when he immediately quipped, talking about how his son B.Y. Vijayendra, there are discussions at stage right now at the high level in the BJP headquarters in Delhi. But however, things are still not confirmed yet. But of course, there is still a talk in terms of where B.S. Yeddyurappa's son B.Y. Vijayendra, that you never know, it could be Shikaripura, or maybe there are chances that they could field him opposite Siddaramaiah in Varuna constituency as well, because more importantly, they're trying to, of course, work out the arithmetic as far as the, the caste is concerned, because we're talking about Varuna constituency, which is dominated as far as the Lingayats are concerned. Remember, Lingayats are a poll in terms of, for the BJP, that determines poll outcomes. We're talking about at least about 90 to 100 seats. So that is a huge number out of 224 we are talking about. So clearly today we went on to see an action-packed day, just a day after the elections. The election commission went on to announce the election dates for Karnataka. We had not just B.S. Yeddyurappa talking about, his son, where he will be contesting from, but in fact he did go on to talk about how dismissing the Congress's claims that they will be winning at least 150 seats. And you also saw where even D.K. Shivkumar, in fact, making comments saying that he's very confident. So clearly this elections, as far as, the BJP or Congress is concerned, or even JDS for that matter, it is setting the stage for the key electoral fight between the BJP versus JDS, just ahead of, I beg your pardon, BJP versus Congress, just ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha showdown.
Right, Srija, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So the politics, of course, heating up there in Karnataka. But now, moving on to the other big story of the day, COVID cases are rising consistently, and now they are at a close to 6-month high. India has recorded 3,016 new COVID cases in the last 24 hours, and that's a 40% jump compared to yesterday. The daily positivity rate has been recorded at 2.7%, while the weekly positivity rate is at 1.71%. That's up from a positivity rate of 1% just a week ago. And if we also talk about deaths, that's also showing a concerning picture. 14 deaths have been reported in the last 24 hours, and that's up from the average of 1 or 2 deaths that were being reported in the months of January and February. Now 14 deaths have been reported, while the daily COVID cases are at the highest since October 2nd. Now, meanwhile, Delhi held a meeting to consider the situation of COVID-19 in Delhi, because 300 cases were reported in the national capital, and that was the highest since September last year. Now, the Delhi government has said that there's no need to panic. Let's just listen in to what the Delhi Health Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj said on this.
देखिए, कल रात मुख्यमंत्री जी का कॉल आया था, और क्योंकि उन्होंने जो डेली हमारी बुलेटिन निकलती है उसमें उन्होंने पढ़ा कि दिल्ली में मामले थोड़े बड़े हैं, और हम ये एक्सपेक्ट भी कर रहे थे कि देश के अन्य राज्यों के बाद दिल्ली में भी मामले इस तरह से बढ़ेंगे। और सभी अधिकारियों को आज छुट्टी के दिन भी थोड़ा सा उन्हें कष्ट दिया गया है कि आप आइए और इसके ऊपर एक स्टेटस रिपोर्ट देखिए कि क्या दिल्ली सरकार को तैयारियों की ज़रूरत है। और उसके बाद कल मुख्यमंत्री जी 12 बजे जो है हेल्थ विभाग के अफसरों के साथ बात करेंगे। बेड्स जो हैं ऑलरेडी जो हैं हमारे रिजर्व्ड हैं, रिजर्व्ड बेड्स को हमने छेड़ा नहीं है। अभी बहुत स्थिति पैनिक की नहीं है। अभी सरकार अपनी तैयारियां कर रही कि इन केस कोई दिक्कत होती है तो सरकार की तैयारियां पूरी
पाबंदियों को लेकर विचार कर रहे हैं।
अभी कोई विचार नहीं है।
सीएम कल 12 बजे मीटिंग।
जी जी।
So as you heard, the Delhi Health Minister there saying there's no need to panic, but of course it's important to take precautions. The Delhi government has said that the positivity rate is definitely high in Delhi and is visible. More than 10% is the positivity rate currently, but the situation is because less tests are being conducted currently. They're saying that there's no need to panic due to the positivity rate, and they've also given out an advice for people who have symptoms that they should specifically wear masks, because currently there's COVID and influenza spreading as well. My colleague Vedant joining us for more details. And Vedant, take us through the details. The Delhi government had a meeting on the COVID situation. What came out of that?
So Priyanshi, as we've been reporting, a couple of important things. One is, of course, an advisory has been issued, as you rightly pointed out, for people with symptoms. So they should, of course, wear masks, get tested. And one thing that was really stressed on by all the epidemiologists also that were present in the meeting was that booster doses must be encouraged. So, of course, all of those who have not taken their booster shots must get their booster doses. As far as the oxygen availability in the national capital is concerned, the health minister was briefed about the readiness of oxygen plants and how much oxygen availability is there, and it was told that actually 10%, not even 10% of the available oxygen is actually being used currently because hospitalizations are less. This is what top officials of the health ministry told the health minister here in the national capital. Tomorrow, in fact, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also be meeting officials from the health department as well as top virologists and epidemiologists, so that's also going to be crucial. The other important thing was that the health minister here in Delhi said that there will be no blanket mask mandate, and the other important thing was that there will be no fines imposed on those people who are not wearing masks. So no mask mandate here in the national capital. As far as beds are concerned, what is being advised to hospitals is that at least 20 to 25% of the total number of beds in a particular hospital must be earmarked for COVID. The other important thing is that frontline workers, which of course include doctors as well as paramedical staff, they should be trained at all times to take care of special cases. Now, this may include a pregnant woman who has COVID or senior citizens with COVID, people with comorbidities. So this was something that was stressed on in the meeting as per our sources. So, healthcare workers should be ready to tackle complicated and special cases of COVID. The other important thing is that as far as ICU admissions are concerned, currently that number is actually rising as far as Delhi is concerned, but only marginally so. But we need to be prepared is what the strong and resounding message was, both in terms of our infrastructure, making sure that PSA plants are available, liquid oxygen supply is available, then beds connected to ventilators as well as direct oxygen supply, that has to be ensured. And on a personal level, of course, it was said that masks have to be worn, physical distancing has to be maintained, and the other important thing in the meeting was that the health ministry here in Delhi has decided to follow the centre's four-pronged approach, which includes test, treat, vaccinate and anticipate as far as any new variant is concerned. So genome sequencing has to be ramped up across the board so that more and more samples can be sent to the centers in INSACOG laboratories to make sure that any new variant is detected well in advance. So here in Delhi, of course, government hospitals as well as private hospitals are on alert, and mock drills will be conducted in the first week of April across the national capital. So that also came out of the meeting. Tomorrow at 12, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also be addressing a high-level meeting.
Right, Vedant, thanks for joining us with those details. The message, of course, loud and clear. There's no need to panic, but it's very important to take precautions so we don't see another wave in the country. With that, it's time for a short break. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
Welcome back. The Khalistani leader Amritsar Singh, who has managed to evade a massive manhunt by the Punjab police for close to 12 days now, he's released a new video, and this essentially confirms that the Punjab police has still not managed to nab him. Punjab police sources say that he has come back to Punjab and he is in Hoshiarpur. Remember, earlier we saw his visuals from the national capital as well, and it was reported that he changed vehicles, locations and clothes as well to evade from the Punjab Police's search operation. Punjab Police sources are also saying that this video that has been released yesterday was from 2 days ago, and it has been released from handles in the United Kingdom. My colleague Saurabh Shukla sent us this report from Punjab.
Absolutely big blow for Punjab Police. Yesterday till afternoon, Punjab Police sources were indicating that Amritpal might surrender. But when this video emerged, after that one thing is very clear, that Amritpal is not going to surrender very soon. In fact, he has called for a religious meet on Baisakhi, that is on 14th of April. He said that attack on him is attack on whole Sikh community. So he's trying to polarize as well in Punjab. Now Punjab police is removing this video from a lot of social handles and social media handles and several news websites as well. But the big point is that Amritpal, this hunt starts on 18th of March and today is 30th. It's more than 12 days. He's still at large. He went to Haryana, then to Delhi. Sources indicating that he went to UP also, then to Uttarakhand, and then
Right, so Amritpal Singh, of course, still on the run, and it's been more than 12 days that the Punjab police has been looking for the Khalistani leader. Now, meanwhile, the Jammu and Kashmir police have filed a case under the Indian Arms Act against a close aide of Amritpal Singh for fraudulently procuring a gun license. That's what the police has said. Now, Virendra Singh had managed to get a gun license from Kishtwar district in 2013 and subsequently renewed it every year from 4 different districts across Jammu and Kashmir. The police said that an FIR was filed at the police station there and investigations have been launched. Remember, more than 100 of Amritpal Singh's aides have been arrested as the police is trying to chase the Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh, and now a case has been filed against Amritpal Singh's aide in Jammu and Kashmir, and this has been filed under the Arms Act against a close aide of Amritpal Singh. Remember, there are several FIRs against Amritpal Singh and his aides. Amritpal Singh has also been charged under the Arms Act, and he's accused number 1 in that FIR by the Punjab police. Now, this FIR has been filed in Jammu and Kashmir, and this is against a close aide of Amritpal Singh for fraudulently procuring a gun license. The allegation is that he got a gun license in 2013 and subsequently renewed it every year from 4 different districts across Jammu and Kashmir. The police said that an FIR was filed at the police station there and investigations have been launched. So this is the latest information in this case, this search operation that continues for Amritpal Singh, the Khalistani leader, of course. And while he is still on the run for 12 days, the police has managed to arrest several of his aides. More than 100 of his aides have been arrested till now, and 1 of his aides have been charged under the Arms Act in Jammu and Kashmir. My colleague Nazir now joining us for more details on this. And Nazir, of course, more than 100 of Amritpal Singh's aides have been arrested. But what is this case against one of Amritpal Singh's aides in Jammu and Kashmir, and what's his link with the Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh?
Well, Virendra Singh, he was a former soldier. He has, got a, arms license, gun license from Kishtwar district way back in 2013 by, giving forged document that he was posted in Jammu and Kashmir. His regiment 19 Sikh Line was, deployed in Jammu and Kashmir. There's another, aide of this Amritpal Singh, Tavinder Singh. He has also got a gun license fraudulently from Ramban district of Jammu and Kashmir. So at least 2 these fraudulently procured these gun license have been found, which have been issued in Jammu and Kashmir. Not only that, he got the license issued in Kishtwar district, he got them renewed as well, at least from 4 different districts in Jammu and Kashmir. Because J&K was actually, there has been a massive, gun license scheme where near 3 lakh gun license have been fraudulently, illegally issued by the district magistrates over the years. And this all stopped after the imposition of the central rule, governor rule in 2018. And then Governor J&K, Governor N.N. Vora handed over the case to the CBI for investigation, and 1 IS officer was arrested and some other people were arrested in the case. So it was a massive, gun scam, license scam in Jammu and Kashmir. And we see now these Khalistani sympathizers, they have also been benefited from that gun license racket in Jammu and Kashmir. And at least 2 such licenses have been found with these people, and the license have been, already, cancelled after Punjab police wrote to district magistrate Kishtwar and District Magistrate Ramban, referring to these licenses which have been issued to these two men from Jammu and Kashmir. So now the police have filed an FIR, Kishtwar police, against this man. So under the Indian Arms Act, and they say a probe has been started how he has got all those fake documents to saying he's a soldier deployed in Jammu and Kashmir, then how he has actually managed to get all the license renewed for almost 4 to 5 years from 4 districts in Jammu and Kashmir. That's also better of investigation. This also shows how bigger the gun racket was in Jammu and Kashmir, how easily people were managing to get arms license in Jammu and Kashmir, and even these people, Khalistani sympathizers, have been the beneficiary of that gun license racket in Jammu and Kashmir. So finally, Jammu and Kashmir police, they also filed an FIR against Yeddyurappa Singh in Kishtwar district.
Nazir Masoodi, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So one of Amritsar Singh's aides charged there in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, meanwhile, we're getting news from Andhra Pradesh. A fire has broken out at the Venugopal Swami temple during the celebration of Ram Navami in West Godavari in Andhra Pradesh. My colleague Uma is joining us for more details on this. And Uma, extremely unfortunate there. The visuals that we're seeing are dramatic. Take us through the details. Are there any casualties that have been reported till now? And what's the cause of this fire?
This fire broke out in the Venugopala Swami temple, as you mentioned, which is in fact on the Tanuku Road. Tanuku Road is what we call it, and that's where this fire broke out at Dua village, and this is locally a very important temple. But the fire broke out due to a short circuit. Today, as you know, is Ram Navami, and usually Sitarama Kalyanam happens on Ram Navami, and because this is a very auspicious day, there were at least 60 people in the temple, I'm told, but at around 11:45 is when the short circuit was noticed, and it was noticed very early, and therefore people were all able to come out, evacuate very quickly out of the temple, and therefore what we see as very dramatic pictures is actually the pandal that was put up, which went up in the fire, and that's the reason why you are seeing all that very dramatic looking smoke emanating from the temple. And that pandal in fact was put up for the distribution of buttermilk and water and prasad for the devotees who had gathered there. So I spoke to Mr. Ravi Prakash, who is the SP of West Godavari district, and he said that there have been no casualties. It was a short circuit, and it was noticed very early, and therefore they were able to prevent this from becoming a massive tragedy on what would be considered a very auspicious day by Hindus here. Back to you.
Right, Uma, thanks very much for joining us with those details. Of course, we'll wait for more details on this, whether there are any casualties or injuries reported in that. As Uma was pointing out, that today is Ram Navami, and this fire broke out at the Venugopal Swami temple amid those Ram Navami celebrations. Now, moving on to the other big story, the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is on a 2-day dharna, or a sit-in protest, hitting out at the central government. Now, she had earlier announced that she'll go solo in next year's general election, but she has called for opposition unity there at the dharna. In one of her strongest addresses in Kolkata, Mamata Banerjee has said that the opposition must unite. But the BJP has also reacted to Mamata Banerjee's dharna there. Amit Malviya from the BJP tweeted that on Ram Navami, Mamata Banerjee is sitting on a dharna and misleading the people of Bengal on the central government's contribution to the state. The truth is that central funding has always been greater than West Bengal's own resources. Amit Malviya says that Bengal's contribution to India's tax collection is 4.4%, but it gets 7.5% in return. My colleague Saurabh is joining us for more details on this. And Saurabh, yesterday we saw that Mamata Banerjee protested with that washing machine on stage, and today morning we saw that she was singing as well in protest, hitting out at the central government. So take us through the issues that she's been raising, and also interesting that she's called for opposition unity there.
Yes, opposition unity is something that Mamata Banerjee has pitched from her dharna stage. And then, of course, you have this comment from her, which is significant given the fact that in the past, the Trinamool Congress has been more aggressive towards the Congress. But yesterday on stage, Mamata Banerjee did call for opposition unity, saying the need of the hour was for the opposition to unite, come together and fight the BJP. And therefore, in that context, what we see is, a new perhaps effort by Mamata Banerjee exhorting opposition parties to come together to take on the BJP in 2024. And then you have also another perhaps visibly softening maybe of stance towards the Congress, where Abhishek Banerjee, the National General Secretary, the party's MP from Diamond Harbour, and Mamata Banerjee's nephew, also coming out in support of the protest against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi, though mentioning clearly that this was related to the issue of Rahul Gandhi, and they're not coming out, against this and protesting against the disqualification because it's Rahul Gandhi, but saying that this is something that the BJP has done just, for a political comment that he made. And if that is the case, then why should the Prime Minister also not face disqualification for his comments on the Chief Minister during the 2021 Assembly elections campaign, where the TSP accused the Prime Minister of catcalling?
Right, Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So today is day 2 of that sit-in protest by Mamata Banerjee there in Kolkata. Now, moving on to the other big story, the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has hit out at the central government ahead of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's proposed visit to the state to attend a BJP function. Now, he has hit out at the BJP for what he calls hijacking issues and taking credit where states have done a lot of work. He was addressing a function that was organized by his JDU on the occasion of Ashoka's birth anniversary. He also asked the people to be on guard against attempts by the BJP, and he did not mention anyone, but he said that they are attempting to exploit the historical figure for political gains. Listen in.
आप कुछ हाथ देखिएगा, सचेत रहिएगा, कुछ ही दिन के बाद होगा। सब आज तक सम्राट अशोक का हम लोग किए, अब आ जाएगा वहां से दिल्ली से, अब कहेगा सम्राट अशोक का हम लोग कर रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं किया, अब कहेगा, अब क्लेम करेगा, और उसके बाद कुछ जातियों को कब्जा करने में लगेगा। तो इस सब चक्कर से बचिएगा, जिसको जहां मन करे वहां जाए, हमको क्या करना है, लेकिन इन सब चीजों से बचिएगा। आजकल यही सब तो होता है, हम लोग कभी कहें जी।
Now moving on, a fresh Rahul Gandhi versus BJP war has now broken out over alleged foreign influence. Now this came after Germany reacted to Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as a member of parliament. And after that, BJP ministers are attacking the Congress, alleging a foreign influence. Top ministers, including the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Union Minister Anurag Thakur, are targeting Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party over alleged foreign influence. This after the Congress, of course, thanked Germany for taking note of Rahul Gandhi's disqualification. Germany had reacted to Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the parliament after his conviction in a defamation case. The German Foreign Ministry had said that the standards of judicial independence and fundamental democratic principles should apply in the case of opposition leader Rahul Gandhi. Listen in to what the spokesperson of the German Foreign Ministry said.
Politiker Rahul Gandhi zur Kenntnis genommen, ebenso wie die Suspendierung seines Parlamentsmandats. Nach unserer Kenntnis stehen Herrn Gandhi gegen das Urteil Rechtsmittel offen. Dann wird sich zeigen, ob dieses Urteil Bestand hat und ob die Voraussetzung für die Suspendierung des Mandats überhaupt gegeben ist. Wir erwarten, dass die Standards in Bezug auf die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz und demokratische Grundprinzipien auch für das Verfahren gegen Rahul Gandhi gelten.
Now, this has led to a political face-off yet again between the Congress party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. While Congress has thanked Germany for this response, the senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh tweeted that thank you Germany, the Foreign Affairs Ministry and Richard Walker for taking note of how the democracy is being compromised in India through the persecution of Rahul Gandhi. The BJP is now hitting out against this. The Union Minister Anurag Thakur has tweeted that it's disgrace to the nation that the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi don't believe to fight India's democratic, political and legal battle within the country. And that's why they have invited foreign powers to interfere in our internal matter. But New India, headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will not tolerate any foreign intervention. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has also tweeted that it's apparent that Congress party wants foreign interference in our affairs. A signed memorandum of understanding or an MOU with the Communist Party of China with opaque contents. During interactions abroad, plead for help to change the government. Thank them when help is forthcoming. Any more proof needed? That's what the finance minister is questioning. Remember, the BJP has hit out at Rahul Gandhi repeatedly, alleging a foreign influence. They had earlier said that Rahul Gandhi in the United Kingdom had asked for foreign interference in India when he had said that the Indian democracy was under threat. But Rahul Gandhi, of course, had said that he was only talking about India's issues and he never asked for foreign help. Now moving on to news from Tamil Nadu, where a move to rename curd as dahi on packaging has left a sour taste. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has slammed the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, or the FSSAI, for its order directing the state's milk producers to rename their curd as dahi in Hindi and not tair in Tamil or curd in English. Calling this Hindi imposition, M.K. Stalin has slammed the move. The state also found support from unexpected quarters. The state's BJP chief Annamalai has also sought a rollback of this order.
This issue has yet again touched a raw nerve in South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala, where they oppose any move by the FSSAI to rename curd packets as dahi, other than the present names in English as curd and tair in Tamil and local languages in Karnataka and Kerala. M.K. Stalin has slammed this, saying that this is yet another imposition, Hindi imposition, and he has tacitly targeted the BJP at the center, saying that those responsible for this, he says, will be banished from southern states, particularly in the context of the Karnataka election soon and then in the parliamentary elections next year. Tamil Nadu has a rich history of anti-Hindi agitation for decades. In the 60s, the DMK was catapulted to power after a massive Hindi agitation which continued for a few years, and at that point, the then Prime Minister Nehru had confirmed or assured them that Hindi will not be imposed as long as the southern states or non-Hindi speaking states want English as a link language. And although this protest or this kind of a mood was confined earlier to Tamil Nadu alone, over the last few years, this has caught on with neighboring states like Karnataka, Kerala, and including Tamil Nadu, and we'll have to wait and see how the centre would respond. But certainly this issue has got the DMK, got support from unexpected quarters. The state BJP chief Annamalai has tweeted asking the FSSAI to roll back this, saying that this order is not in tandem with Prime Minister Modi's attempt or move to encourage mother tongue across India. In fact, this is the first time, in a sense, that a central government body is trying to push Hindi, not through the central government machinery, but through the local governments in the south, particularly through, for instance, in this case, the milk products made by Federation of Milk Producers in Tamil Nadu called OVEN. And again, we expect this issue to be raised in the Tamil Nadu Assembly on the full floor of the House today.
While this controversy is playing out in Tamil Nadu, the poster war is escalating in the national capital. And this time, the Aam Aadmi Party is not limiting the anti-Modi posters just to the national capital, but in fact, they've put up these posters across the country. As you can see, the Aam Aadmi Party has put up posters saying, Modi Hatao, Desh Bachao, which is loosely translated to remove Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and you can save the country. These posters have been put up in 11 languages across the country. Now, interestingly, this comes just days after similar posters were put up by the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Delhi police had taken action against that. 6 people were arrested, but this time the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that we have completely followed law. We have put up the printer's name also in the poster, which was the contention by the Delhi police last time. So this time there should be no problem with these posters. But the BJP has said that these posters are only going to increase the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
देखिएगा, मुझे लगता है कि केजरीवाल जी का दिमाग सनक गया है
उनको पूरी जानकारी नहीं होती है, अल्प जानकारी पे अफवाहों के माध्यम से गलतफहमी पैदा करके वो शासन करना चाहते हैं। 8 साल के अंदर जनता ने उसको समझ लिया है कि ये किस व्यक्ति का व्यक्ति है, ये नक्सलवादी है, अराजकतावादी है ये लोग, और ये किसी भी भावना पे जा सकते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री की अगर पूरी क्वालिफिकेशन आप देखेंगे तो वो MA की हुई है, और क्वालिफिकेशन इनकी क्या क्वालिफिकेशन है? जो राष्ट्र विरोधी का काम करते हैं, जो दारू बेचने का काम करते हैं, जो समाज को बिगाड़ने का काम करते हैं, ये जो पूरे देश से जमानत जब्त करा कर आए हैं। गोवा के अंदर जमानत जब्त हुई है, उत्तर प्रदेश में जमानत जब्त हुई है, गुजरात में जमानत जब्त हुई है। जनता ने इनको अस्वीकार कर दिया है, इसलिए जनता के बीच में जाने के बजाय पोस्टरबाजी कर रहे हैं, और पोस्टरबाजी से इनको ही नुकसान होता है, क्योंकि मोदी जी आज की तारीख में जनता के दिल में वास करते हैं, और दिल में पोस्टर नहीं जाता।
And now some good news. There's always a bright morning after the dark night. Just 2 days after the sad news of the death of 4-year-old female Namibian cheetah Sasha, reportedly due to renal failure, there was good news from the Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh. One of the cheetahs translocated to India's Kuno National Park from Namibia last year have given birth, that cheetah has given birth to 4 cubs, according to the Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav. That's what he said yesterday. And of course, you can see those visuals of those cubs who are absolutely adorable, aren't they?
These 4 cheetah cubs are the first to be born on Indian soil in over 7 decades. This is a big success story in India's cheetah project, post the intercontinental translocation of 20 cheetahs from 2 African nations. The cubs were born to 3-year-old CIR.
अच्छी खबर है, खुशखबरी है। हम एक दिन पहले दुखी हुए थे कि किडनी के संक्रमण के कारण सासा को बचा नहीं पाए, लेकिन सियाया ने अब 4 शावकों को जन्म दिया है और स्वस्थ है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को प्रणाम करता हूं। चीता पुनर्स्थापित करने का प्रोजेक्ट सफलता की दिशा में जा रहा है।
The births are great news. After the recent death of Sasha, the 4.5-year-old female cheetah, due to a kidney ailment. With Anurag Dwari in Bhopal, Sneha Koshi for NDTV.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues.
Welcome back. Let's now get you the top international stories. In a big relief for foreign workers in the United States tech sector, a judge has ruled that spouses of H-1B visa holders can work in the United States. In the process, U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkans dismissed a lawsuit that was filed by Save Jobs USA, which had approached the court to dismiss the Obama-era regulation that gave employment authorization cards to spouses of certain categories of H-1B visa holders. 10 companies such as Amazon, Apple, Google and Microsoft had opposed the lawsuit. The US has so far issued nearly 1 lakh work authorizations to spouses of H-1B workers, a significantly large number of whom are Indians. And moving on, Ajay Banga, the US pick to head the World Bank, appears almost certain to become the anti-party lender's next president after nominations closed yesterday, with no country publicly proposing an alternative candidate. Now, the former MasterCard chief executive was tapped by President Joe Biden last month. While Mr. Banga has built a long career in the private sector, especially in finance and banking, he has highlighted the perspective he could bring to the job from his upbringing and education in India, as well as his commitment to climate science and his belief that poverty and environmental issues are intertwined. And moving on, scores of Israeli protesters took to the streets in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv on Wednesday night against a plan by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government to overhaul the judiciary, even after it was halted earlier this week in response to unprecedented street protests and a spiraling domestic crisis. The protesters also demonstrated against the creation of a National Guard that would fall under the control of Israel's far-right national security minister, who has been convicted in the past for support for a terrorist group and incitement to racism. And in Mexico, the deaths of 39 migrants in a fire at a Mexican detention center are being investigated as suspected homicides. That's what a prosecutor has said, accusing those in charge of doing nothing to evacuate the victims. An investigation was opened for the crime of homicide and damage to property, though other possible crimes will also be considered. They said that none of the public servants or the private security personnel took any action to open the door for the migrants who were inside. With that, time for a short break. But on the other side, news will continue with my colleague Parmeshwar Baba. Parmeshwar, what all will you have for us?
Well, Priyanshi, after the German Foreign Ministry has reacted to Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from Parliament from the Lok Sabha, there's a fresh political row unfolding on home ground. We get you the details in a moment.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it.
A Ram Navami procession has taken place in a sensitive Delhi area, in Delhi's Jahangirpuri to be precise. And despite the police denying permission, this procession carried on. This area had seen a communal clash last year during a religious procession. In a major accident in Indore Sri Beleshwar Mahadev Jhulelal temple, more than 25 people have fallen into a stepwell. Many are feared trapped as the rescue operations are underway. It's the BJP versus the Congress versus the JDS in battleground Karnataka. Yeddyurappa's son may contest against Siddaramaiah is what we're being told. Over 3,000 COVID cases have been recorded in India in the last 24 hours, which is the highest in almost 6 months. This as Delhi government is going to chair an emergency meet as cases spike in Delhi as well as Maharashtra. And it's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP. As far as this poster war is concerned, it's escalated. The Aam Aadmi Party puts up Modi Hatao, Desh Bachao posters in 11 languages across the country. Now, fresh Rahul Gandhi versus BJP war over the foreign influence is currently unfolding. Germany reacted to Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha disqualification earlier today, but now BJP ministers are attacking the Congress parties. Top ministers from the ruling BJP are targeting Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party over a foreign influence. Meanwhile, the Congress thanked Germany for taking note of Rahul Gandhi's disqualification. Now, we've also got a tweet from Nirmala Sitharaman. She said, it's apparent that the Congress wants foreign interference in our affairs. Signed memorandum of understanding with Communist Party of China with opaque contents. During interactions abroad, plead for help to change government. Thank them when help forthcoming. Any more proof needed is what our finance minister has tweeted just a short while ago. As far as the Congress reaction is concerned, as I was mentioning, the Congress had thanked Germany. We've got Digvijay Singh, who said, thank you, Germany Foreign Affairs Minister, and Richard Walker. He added, for taking note of how the democracy is being compromised in India through persecution of Rahul Gandhi. Also, Anurag Thakur has tweeted saying it's a disgrace to the nation that the Congress and Rahul Gandhi don't believe to fight India's democratic, political and legal battle within the country, hence invite foreign powers to interfere in our internal matter, is what Anurag Thakur, our Union Minister, has said. And as far as Kiran Rijiju is concerned, well, on Twitter, he said, thank you, Rahul Gandhi, for inviting foreign powers for interference into India's internal matters. Remember, Indian judiciary can't be influenced by foreign interference. Our Law Minister added, India won't tolerate foreign influence anymore because our Prime Minister is Narendra Modi. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in as well.
Indischen Oppositionspolitiker Rahul Gandhi zur Kenntnis genommen, ebenso wie die Suspendierung seines Parlamentsmandats. Nach unserer Kenntnis stehen Herrn Gandhi gegen das Urteil Rechtsmittel offen. Dann wird sich zeigen, ob dieses Urteil Bestand hat und ob die Voraussetzung für die Suspendierung des Mandats überhaupt gegeben ist. Wir erwarten, dass die Standards in Bezug auf die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz und demokratische Grundprinzipien auch für das Verfahren gegen Rahul Gandhi gelten.
In news from the national capital, a large Ram Navami procession was held today in Delhi's Jahangirpuri amid heavy police deployment. Ram Navami, as you know, is being celebrated today, but riot control force was deployed in this area ahead of the rally and during the procession. Police had actually yesterday denied the group's request to hold a 5-kilometer rally, but that seemed to have gone ahead just a short while ago with heavy police deployment in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Let's go across to my colleague Tanushree Pandey, who's been tracking all the latest developments in this sensitive area for you. Tanushree, the last time we spoke, you had mentioned that even though there were scores of people, the atmosphere was pretty peaceful.
That's right, Parmeshwar. The atmosphere is absolutely peaceful. There is no tension in the area. We are at Jahangirpuri right now, and you can see that the procession is over. Delhi police did not grant permission for this procession to be taken out by the right-wing organizations and the residents of Jahangirpuri, keeping in view what happened last year during the Hanuman Jayanti procession, where clashes broke out between people of two communities and eventually it led to a communal riot. And that is why Delhi police initially did not give permission. But this morning, hundreds of people were on the streets defying the Delhi police orders blatantly. They were on the streets, songs were being played, there were saffron flags in the air, and when Delhi police finally saw that they irrespective of giving permission or not, they are anyway going ahead with the procession, Delhi police finally budged and gave them a 500-meter area, a designated area where they can take out the procession. This is that particular area till where the procession was allowed to be taken out. Now that is over. The atmosphere is absolutely peaceful. Nothing happened during the procession, and we really hope that the situation remains to be the same. There was a huge deployment, Parveshwar, including the Delhi police, riot control force, as well as the paramilitary forces who are now out of this area. They continues to keep a close watch, but they have now gone to a far off place which has been barricaded. They are not in Jahangirpuri right now, apart from a few police officers from Delhi, from the Delhi police. You can see some of the organizers, some of the volunteers are still standing there, and when we categorically asked them as to why they defied the Delhi police orders, they said that Delhi police is working for the people of this country. They are the servants of the people of this country, and we do not need permission from anyone to celebrate Ram in our own country. That's what the organizers' stand was, and that is why they defied the Delhi police order. Let's see if Delhi police takes any action against them or not, but as of now the situation is calm, everything is absolutely okay, and things are peaceful in Jahangirpuri. Back to you.
Glad to hear all is calm in Jahangirpuri in New Delhi. Thank you so much, Tanushree, for joining us with that update. Breaking news just coming in. Earlier, a directive from India's Food Safety Authority to rename curd packets as dahi in Hindi had sparked a backlash from Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister and milk producers, as we reported it this morning. Now, they had seen it as an attempt to impose Hindi on non-Hindi speaking states. But breaking news coming in this dahi versus curd war, the government body has now backed down. The Food Safety Authority has modified the order to rename curd. Let's go across to my colleague Sam Daniel, who joins us live at the moment. Sam, what details can you share with us currently?
Parameshwar, the gist of the issue is that FSSAI has now allowed use of regional names like Thairu in Tamil and four other names in other states like Karnataka, Kerala and Andhra Pradesh. This after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin slammed the central government agency for what he called imposing Hindi by asking state governments to name curd as dahi and not in the local names. And besides the government of Tamil Nadu, the Karnataka milk producers also had objected. They also had written to the FSSAI asking them to let them continue use the same way they've been using name in local languages. And now the FSSAI has rolled back, and this is being seen as a shot in the arm for these southern states, which saw for the first time that a central government agency is forcing an agency of the state government to use Hindi names, which is being seen as yet another level of Hindi imposition than the previous trend of central government using its own departments to push Hindi in states. And interestingly, in Tamil Nadu, there was support from the BJP as well. The Tamil Nadu BJP chief K. Annamale also had written to FSSAI asking them to roll back, saying that this is not in tandem with what he called the Prime Minister's support to promote mother tongue across India. Politically speaking, Tamil Nadu has a long history of anti-Hindi agitation from the 30s. In the 60s, it became a massive protests across Tamil Nadu, at which point the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had assured non-Hindi speaking states that English would continue to be a link language between the centre and states as long as non-Hindi speaking states accept Hindi. And in fact, although Tamil Nadu alone was earlier seen to be aggressively opposing Hindi imposition, over the last few years, neighbouring states like Karnataka and Kerala too had joined this bandwagon, and their voice became all the more stronger. And this is being, we expect some kind of a political reaction from Tamil Nadu very soon, but certainly on the ground, this is being seen as a shot in the arm for the opposition expressed by southern states. Parameshwar.
Sam, thank you so much for joining us with that latest update. Now the government order has been withdrawn, but Food Safety and Standards Authority of India had earlier issued the directive to the Federation of Milk Producers, as Sam mentioned, asking them to change the labels of their curd packets from curd in English and tahir in Tamil to dahi in Hindi. The directive had also applied to other dairy products, but now the government body has backed down. In other news, former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa, who is spearheading the BJP's election campaign in Karnataka, he hinted that his son may contest against Congress veteran Siddaramaiah. And a confidant of D.K. Shivkumar said there won't be any defections from the party to the BJP, while welcoming new members into the party. But since its formation in 1999, the JDS has not been able to form a government on its own. Setting an ambitious target of winning 123 seats, JDS leader Kumaraswamy said that the party would come to power on its own and there was no question of an alliance with the BJP as claimed by the Congress. Srija joining us with the latest update. Currently, Srija, what details can you share with us at the moment?
Well, that's right. In fact, former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa, who's spearheading the BJP's election campaign here in Karnataka today, hinted that his son may contest against the Congress veteran Siddaramaiah. In fact, though there is no confirmation, but what he did in fact indicate is that, B.S. Yeddyurappa went on to talk about how the discussions are going on at the high level in Delhi, and that, earlier we went on to see how B.S. Yeddyurappa announced his son's candidature from his erstwhile constituency in Shikaripura of Shimoga district in Karnataka. But today he dropped this hint of saying that there are chances to a question, which would be the strongest candidate that BJP will field from, especially opposite Siddaramaiah in Varuna constituency. But then that was when, to that question, he went on to talk about how there is a discussion that's going on in Delhi. But however, it's still not confirmed because it is for the BJP High Command to decide and then announce the candidature as far as Varuna constituency is concerned. Clearly, his remarks comes at a time, this is right, where he had called for an emergency press conference a day after Election Commission declared that the state polls will be held on May 10th. But it is not just him, but there were other political heavyweights, including D.K. Shivkumar, went on to assert today, that is during his press conference, that the party will win at least about 150 seats. And he did go on to talk about how there has been no defection from the Congress party. But however, so far, nearly 37 of the JDS leaders and 3 BJP legislators had joined the party, the Congress, claiming that the BJP is running the government in coalition with the Congress and the JDS. In fact, staying along with the other current affairs, we see that H.D. Kumaraswamy, also the JDS leader, he too held the press conference, who was the chief minister of the coalition government with the Congress until it collapsed due to multiple defections, ruled out any alliance, in fact, and also set a target of winning, an ambitious target at that, of nearly 123 seats. And he did go on to talk about where a senior Congress leader, Raju Naik, who joined the JDS today.
As always, Srija, thank you so much for joining us with a detailed update. Switching tracks to Punjab now, 12 days and counting, still no sign of Amritsar Singh. Well, the radical Sikh preacher who has managed to evade a massive manhunt by the police for 12 days actually released this video on your screens yesterday, confirming that he remains at large. While the Punjab police sources informed us that he's back in Punjab just yesterday, My colleague Saurabh Shukla, who's tracking all the latest details for you, has said that this video on your screens has been sourced through a foreign country, adding that it appears to be 2 days old. Now, UK handles have actually distributed this video that you see of Amritpal Singh on your screens. This is as per our sources. The video emerged as sources in the Punjab police claimed Amritpal Singh has returned to Punjab and plans to surrender. But obviously, the Punjab police has now said that he is not likely to surrender, considering he's put out this video message calling for all the Sikh community members to get together on the 14th of April on the occasion of Baisakhi. My colleague Saurabh Shukla is in Jalandhar, tracking all the latest details for you. Here's his report.
Absolutely big blow for Punjab police. Yesterday, till afternoon, Punjab police sources were indicating that Amritpal might surrender. But when this video emerged, after that, one thing is very clear, that Amritpal is not going to surrender very soon. In fact, he has called for a religious meet on Baisakhi, that is on 14th of April. He said that attack on him is attack on whole Sikh community. So he's trying to polarize as well in Punjab. Now Punjab police is removing this video from a lot of social handles and social media handles and several news websites as well. But the big point is that Amritpal, this hunt starts on 18th of March and today is 30th. It's more than 12 days. He's still at large. He went to Haryana, then to Delhi. Sources are indicating that he went to UP also, then to Uttarakhand, and then again back in Punjab. He was trying to go to reach Akal Takht in Amritsar at Golden Temple. But Punjab police is trying to stop him and Punjab police is trying to arrest him before that, because Akal Takht is the apex body of Sikh religion. You can say it's the Supreme Court of Sikh religion. So he's trying to reach there, and then from there he will try to negotiate with Punjab police. Punjab police don't want that to happen. But a big failure from the side of Punjab police. Day before yesterday night, Parmeshwar, I've been told by my source that he was 10-20 meters away from Punjab police. In fact, DSP of Punjab police made an eye contact with Amritpal, but Amritpal left his Innova car at a Gurudwara and fled through the fields. So a major blow for Punjab police. That's more than 12 days. Amritpal is still at large. And one more important point I would like to highlight, that Punjab has been very peaceful and calm so far. But after yesterday's video of Amritpal called for a religious meet on Baisakhi, which is on 14th of April. And he is trying to send a message to a lot of Sikh leaders, Sikh religious leaders to support him. So that is going to be very interesting, that what kind of support he gets after this call by Amritpal himself. Will these religious leaders support him? Will they participate in Sarbat Khalsa? And it will be very interesting to see a reaction of Akal Takht, because few days back Akal Takht issued a very strong statement saying that Amritpal should surrender, and the media is trying to give bad name to Sikh community. He also said that Punjab police should release quote unquote innocent they have booked. So a lot of these such statements by Akal Takht, but Akal Takht is very quiet after yesterday's statement by Amritpal calling for Sarbat Khalsa. So it's going to be very interesting that what will be the reaction of Akal Takht after this call of Amritpal, what reaction will be from the side of religious leaders. So it's going to be very interesting few days in Punjab.
Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir police have filed a case under the Arms Act against a close aide of Amritpal Singh for fraudulently procuring a gun license in the former state, where nearly 3 lakh gun licenses have been issued over the years before the imposition of governor's rule in 2018. Now, what we do know is Virender Singh had managed a gun license from Kishtwar district back in 2013 and renewed it every year in 4 different districts across Jammu and Kashmir. Virender, who's also known as Fauji, was arrested by Punjab police just a few days ago. He was actually booked under the National Security Act and sent to Dibrugarh jail in Assam. Meanwhile, police said an FIR was filed at Kishtwar and investigations are currently underway. So far, 2 of Amritpal Singh's supporters, Virender Singh and Talvinder Singh, have been found to have procured gun licenses from Jammu and Kashmir. Time for us to take a quick break, but as usual, we'll be tracking all the latest developments for you, including the controversial open letter on artificial intelligence signed off by Elon Musk and Apple's co-founder.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Some of the biggest names in AI are raising the alarm about their own creations. Now, I know there's an understandable impulse here to eye roll because after all, the signatories include some of the very people who are pushing out the generative AI models that they are now issuing warnings about. In an open letter published on Tuesday, more than 1,100 signatories call for a moratorium on state-of-the-art AI development. Signatories include Elon Musk, who helped co-found GPT-4 maker OpenAI before breaking with the company in 2018, along with Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak, as well as the Skype co-founder. The letter says, we call on all AI labs to immediately pause for at least 6 months the training of AI systems more powerful than ChatGPT-4, including the currently being trained GPT-5. It was released by the Future of Life Institute, which is a non-profit that works to reduce catastrophic risks. This letter adds, this pause should be public and verifiable and include all key factors, and if such a pause cannot be enacted quickly, government should step in and institute a moratorium. More to the point, the signatories include foundational figures in artificial intelligence, including Yoshua Bengio, who actually pioneered the AI approach known as deep learning, Stuart Russell, a leading researcher at UC Berkeley's Center for Human Compatible AI, and Victoria Krakovna, a research scientist at DeepMind. These are people who know AI, and they're warning that society is not ready for the increasingly advanced systems that labs are actually racing to deploy. Although it might seem like an AI race is inevitable because of the profit and prestige incentives in the industry, also because of the geopolitical competition, all that really means is that the true challenge is to change the underlying incentive structure that drives all factors as we speak. The open letter actually echoes this point. We need a moratorium on powerful AI is what the open letter says. So we have a chance to ask ourselves, should we let machines flood our information channels with propaganda and untruth? Should we automate away all the jobs, including the fulfilling ones? Should we develop non-human minds that might eventually outnumber, outsmart, obsolete and replace us? Should we risk loss of control of our civilization? In other words, we don't have to build robots that will steal our jobs. But what about the other assumption that we shouldn't slow down AI because it can bring the world so many benefits? The key point here is that we've got to strike a wise balance between potential benefits and potential risks. It doesn't make sense to barrel ahead with developing ever more powerful AI without at least some measure of confidence that the risks will be manageable. And those risks aren't just about whether advanced AI could one day pose an existential threat to humanity, but about whether they'll change the world in ways many of us will actually reject. The more power the machinery has to disrupt life, the more confident we'd better be that we can handle the disruptions and think they're worthwhile. In fact, OpenAI said in a recent statement that at some point, it may be important to get independent review before starting to train future systems, and for the most advanced efforts to agree to limit the rate of growth of compute used for creating new models. The tech heavyweights who signed the open letter agree. That point, they say, is now.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, Right and Centre with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV 24/7. This is News Non-Stop. I'm Priyanshi Sharma. We'll get you the top news stories of the day in this bulletin. Now, Germany has reacted to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as a member of parliament after he was convicted in a defamation case. The German Foreign Ministry has said that the standards of judicial independence and fundamental democratic principles should apply in the case of the opposition leader Rahul Gandhi. A spokesperson for the German Foreign Ministry said that the government had taken note of the verdict of the first instance against Rahul Gandhi and his suspension of his parliamentary mandate. Interestingly, this was the first response by Germany or any other European country on Rahul Gandhi's case. And Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has tweeted on this. She said that it's apparent that the Congress party wants foreign interference in our affairs. Signed memorandum of understanding with Communist Party of China with opaque contents. During interactions abroad, plead for help to change the government. Thank them when help is forthcoming. She's asking whether any more proof is needed. This is in response to the Congress's Digvijay Singh saying that thank you, Germany. He thanked the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Germany for taking note of how the democracy is being compromised in India through the persecution of Rahul Gandhi. The Union Minister Anurag Thakur has also hit out against this. He said it's a disgrace to the nation that the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi don't believe to fight India's democratic, political and legal battle within the country, and that's why they invite foreign powers to interfere in our internal matter. But New India, headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will not tolerate any foreign intervention. The Union Law Minister, Kiren Rijiju, has also tweeted on this. He said, thank you, Rahul Gandhi, for inviting foreign powers to interfere into India's internal matters. Remember, Indian judiciary can't be influenced by foreign interference. India won't tolerate foreign influence anymore because our Prime Minister is Narendra Modi. Now moving on, the chase for Khalistani leader Amritsar Singh continues, and Jammu and Kashmir have filed a case under the Indian Arms Act against a close aide of Amritsar Singh for fraudulently procuring a gun license. That's what the police has said. Now Virendra Singh had managed a gun license from Kishtwar district in 2013 and subsequently he renewed it every year from 4 different districts across Jammu and Kashmir. The police said that an FIR was filed at the police station in Kishtwar and investigations have been launched. And in other news, a drunk passenger reportedly vomited in the aisle and defecated around the toilet on an Indigo flight that was going from Guwahati to Delhi on the 26th of March. Now, the incident, of course, reminds us of the Air India peeing incident, which stoked nationwide outrage. But this incident has been shared by an advocate on Twitter who was traveling on the flight. Advocate Bhaskar Devkonwar, sharing photos, tweeted that intoxicated passenger vomited on the aisle and defecated all around the toilet. Leading lady Shweta cleaned up all the mess and all the girls managed the situation exceptionally well. He said, I salute girl power. This is Indigo 6C762 Guwahati to Delhi, in which an intoxicated passenger vomited on the aisle and defecated around the toilet. Moving on, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has hit out at the centre ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's proposed visit to the state to attend a BJP function. Now, Nitish Kumar has hit out at the BJP for what he calls hijacking issues and taking credit where states have done a lot of work. He was addressing a function organized in Patna by his JDU on the occasion of Ashoka's birth anniversary. He also asked the people to be on the guard against attempts by the BJP, which he did not mention any name, but he said that we should avoid attempts to exploit the historical figure for political gains.
आप कुछ हाथ देखिएगा, सचेत रहिएगा, कुछ ही दिन के बाद होगा। तब आज तक सम्राट अशोक क्या था हम लोग किए, अब आ जाएगा वहां से दिल्ली से, अब कहेगा सम्राट अशोक क्या हम लोग कर रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं किया, अब कहेगा, अब क्लेम करेगा, और उसके बाद कुछ जातियों को कब्जा करने में लगेगा। इन सब चक्कर से बचिएगा, जिसको जहां मन करे वहां जाए, हमको क्या करना है, लेकिन इन सब चीजों से बचिएगा। आजकल यही सब होता है, हम लोग कभी कहें जी।
Let's get you the top international stories now. In a big relief for foreign workers in the United States tech sector, a judge has ruled that spouses of H-1B visa holders can work in the United States. In the process, the US district judge dismissed a lawsuit that was filed by Save Jobs USA, which had approached the court to dismiss the Obama-era regulation that gave employment authorization cards to spouses of certain categories of H-1B visa holders. Now, tech companies such as Amazon, Apple, Google and Microsoft had opposed the lawsuit. The US has so far issued nearly 1 lakh work authorizations to spouses of H-1B workers, a significantly large number of whom are Indians. Moving on, Ajay Banga, the United States pick to head the World Bank, appears almost certain to become the anti-poverty lender's next president after nominations closed yesterday with no country publicly proposing an alternative candidate. The former MasterCard chief executive was tapped by President Joe Biden last month, while Mr. Banga has built a long career in the private sector, especially in banking and finance. He's highlighted the perspective that he could bring to the job from his upbringing and education in India, as well as his commitment to climate science and his belief that poverty and environmental issues are intertwined.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where
Welcome back. Let's now get you news from the national capital. A large Ram Navami procession was held today in Delhi's Jahangirpuri amid heavy police deployment. Ram Navami is being celebrated today and a riot control force was deployed in the area ahead of the rally because remember last year when a similar rally was held there was violence reported. Police had yesterday denied the group's request to hold a 5-kilometer rally in the area. The police had also asked them to restrict their celebrations to a park. But they still continued that procession and that procession has now been completed. But my colleague Tanushri Pandey sent us this report.
The atmosphere is absolutely peaceful. There is no tension in the area. We are at Jahangirpuri right now and you can see that the procession is over. Delhi police did not grant permission for this procession to be taken out by the right-wing organizations and the residents of Jahangirpuri, keeping in view what happened last year during the Hanuman Jayanti procession where clashes broke out between people of two communities and eventually it led to a communal riot. And that is why Delhi police initially did not give permission. But this morning, hundreds of people were on the streets defying the Delhi police orders blatantly. They were on the streets, songs were being played, there were saffron flags in the air, and when Delhi police finally saw that they irrespective of giving permission or not, they are anyway going ahead with the procession, Delhi police finally budged and gave them a 500-meter area, a designated area where they can take out the procession. This is that particular area till where the procession was allowed to be taken out. Now that is over. The atmosphere is absolutely peaceful. Nothing happened during the procession and we really hope that the situation remains to be the same. There was a huge deployment, Parveshwar, including the Delhi police, riot control force as well as the paramilitary forces who are now out of this area. They continues to keep a close watch, but they have now gone to a far off place which has been barricaded. They are not in Jahangirpuri right now, apart from a few police officers from Delhi, from the Delhi police. You can see some of the organizers, some of the volunteers are still standing there, and when we categorically asked them as to why they defied the Delhi police orders, they said that Delhi police is working for the people of this country. They are the servants of the people of this country and we do not need permission from anyone to celebrate Ram in our own country. That's what the organizers' stand was and that is why they defied the Delhi police order. Let's see if Delhi police takes any action against them or not, but as of now the situation is calm, everything is absolutely okay and things are peaceful in Jahangirpuri.
Now moving on to the other big story, the controversy over the curd name on packaging of curd in Tamil Nadu that has erupted after the Food Safety Authority gave in a directive to name curd as dahi on all packaging. Now that order has been taken back. The directive from India's Food Safety Authority to rename curd packets as dahi in Hindi has been changed after it sparked a backlash from Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and milk producers as well. Now they see it as an attempt to impose Hindi on non-Hindi speaking states. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, the FSSAI, had issued the directive to the Federation of Milk Producers in Tamil Nadu, asking them to change the labels of their curd packets from curd in English to Thair and Thair in Tamil to dahi in Hindi. The directive also applied to other dairy products such as butter and cheese as well. As the controversy peaked, The FSSAI announced that it was changing the directive. This after Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had also hit out, and he had said that this is a case of Hindi imposition and warned that it would alienate the people of South India. My colleague Sam Daniel joining us for more details on this. And Sam, that directive has now been changed by the India's Food Safety Authority. So what is the new directive? Are they now saying that the word dahi doesn't have to be on the packaging anymore?
Priyanshi, they say that, they cite a technical reason why they had made it mandatory to use the word dahi than the regional names like Tayir and Tamil. And now they have rolled back and have allowed use of 5 different names in 5 different non-Hindi speaking southern states. And earlier, M.K. Stalin, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, had slammed, calling this move an attempt to impose Hindi. And both in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, the milk producers cooperatives too had wanted the same thing to continue. And in fact, in Tamil Nadu, the ruling DMK got support from unexpected quarters. The state BJP chief Annamalai too had demanded a rollback, citing that this is not in tandem with what he called the Prime Minister's attempt to promote mother tongue across the country. And this development is being seen as a shot in the arm for Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, which opposed. And in terms of the political idea behind this, Tamil Nadu has a long history of anti-Hindi agitation, protesting against Hindi imposition from the early 30s. In fact, in the 60s, it became a massive movement. At that point in time, the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had assured that English would continue to be the link language between the center and states as long as the non-Hindi speaking states would accept Hindi. And although Tamil Nadu was seen to be the kind of hub for anti-Hindi agitation, over the last few years, even the neighboring states like Karnataka and Kerala had joined the bandwagon. And in this context, particularly before the Karnataka elections and the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, this is very important because M.K. Stalin in his tweet had specifically said that people who are responsible for this will be banished from southern India, tacitly hitting on the BJP at the center.
Right, Sam, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So that directive has been changed after M.K. Stalin said that this was a clear case of Hindi imposition. Now, packages of curd can have the word curd on it along with the regional name. Now let's focus on the politics in Karnataka ahead of the elections on the 10th of May. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa, who is spearheading the BJP's election campaign in Karnataka, has hinted that his son may contest against Congress's veteran Siddaramaiah. Now, a confident D.K. Shivkumar said that there won't be any directions from the party to the BJP while welcoming new members into the party. On the JDS front, since its formation in 1999, the JDS has not been able to form a government on its own. And setting an ambitious target of winning 123 seats, JDS leader Kumaraswamy said that the party would come to power on its own, and there was no question of an alliance with the BJP as claimed by the Congress. My colleague Srija gets us more details.
Well, that's right. In fact, former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa, who's spearheading the BJP's election campaign here in Karnataka today, hinted that his son may contest against the Congress veteran Siddaramaiah. In fact, though there is no confirmation, but what he did in fact indicate is that, B.S. Yeddyurappa went on to talk about how the discussions are going on at the high level in Delhi, and that, earlier we went on to see how B.S. Yeddyurappa announced his son's candidature from his erstwhile constituency in Shikaripura of Shimoga district in Karnataka. But today he dropped this hint of saying that there are chances to a question, which would be the strongest candidate that BJP will field from, especially opposite Siddaramaiah in Varuna constituency. But then that was when, to that question, he went on to talk about how there is a discussion that's going on in Delhi. But however, it's still not confirmed because it is for the BJP High Command to decide and then announce the candidature as far as Varuna constituency is concerned. Clearly, His remarks comes at a time, this is right, where he had called for an emergency press conference a day after Election Commission declared that the state polls will be held on May 10th. But it is not just him, but there were other political heavyweights, including DK Shivkumar, went on to assert today, that is during his press conference, that the party will win at least about 150 seats. And he did go on to talk about how there has been no defection from the Congress party, but however, so far nearly 37 of the JDS leaders and 3 BJP legislators had joined the party, the Congress, claiming that the BJP is running the government in coalition with the Congress and the JDS. In fact, along with the other current affairs, we see that H.D. Kumaraswamy, also the JDS leader, he too held the press conference, who was the chief minister of the coalition government with the Congress until it collapsed due to multiple defections, ruled out any alliance, in fact, and also set a target of winning, an ambitious target at that, of nearly 123 seats. And he did go on to talk about where a senior Congress leader, Raju Naik, who joined the JDS today.
Now moving on, there is a fresh political face-off between Rahul Gandhi, the Congress party and the BJP, and this time over alleged foreign influence. This has happened after Germany reacted to Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as a member of parliament, and after that BJP ministers are attacking the Congress party. Top BJP ministers including Union Minister Anurag Thakur, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman are targeting the Congress party, alleging foreign influence after Germany had said that they have taken note of the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the parliament. While the Congress thanked Germany for taking note, several BJP ministers are now hitting out at Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party. My colleague Megha is joining us for more details on this, but let's just look at what the union ministers have said till now. Nirmala Sitharaman has said that it's apparent that the Congress wants foreign interference in our affairs, signed memorandum of understanding with the Communist Party of China with opaque contents during interactions abroad, plead for help to change the government, thank them when help forthcoming, and she's asking whether any more proof is needed in this. In response to this, and before this, in fact, the Congress leader Digvijay Singh had tweeted thanking Germany for taking note of how democracy is being compromised in India. That's what he said, through the persecution of Rahul Gandhi. The Union Minister Anurag Thakur has also tweeted that it's a disgrace to the nation that the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi don't believe in fighting India's democratic, political and legal battle within the country, and that's why they are inviting foreign powers to interfere in our internal matter. But New India, headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will not tolerate any foreign intervention. The Union Law Minister Kiren Rijiju also tweeted, thank you Rahul for inviting foreign powers for interference into India's internal matters. Remember, Indian judiciary can't be influenced by foreign interference, and India won't tolerate foreign influence anymore because our Prime Minister is Narendra Modi. But what has led to all this, what has led to this entire controversy between the BJP and the Congress party? That comment by the German Foreign Ministry. Let's listen in to what that comment was.
Indischen Oppositionspolitiker Rahul Gandhi zur Kenntnis genommen, ebenso wie die Suspendierung seines Parlamentsmandats. Nach unserer Kenntnis stehen Herrn Gandhi gegen das Urteil Rechtsmittel offen. Dann wird sich zeigen, ob dieses Urteil Bestand hat und ob die Voraussetzung für die Suspendierung des Mandats überhaupt gegeben ist. Wir erwarten, dass die Standards in Bezug auf die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz und demokratische Grundprinzipien auch für das Verfahren gegen Rahul Gandhi gelten.
My colleague Megha Prasad joining us for more details on this. And Megha, this is an allegation that the BJP has made repeatedly on the Congress party. Even when Rahul Gandhi was in the United Kingdom and he said that the Indian democracy is under threat, the BJP said that he's asking for foreign interference. But he had said, I was only discussing India's issues. But that allegation is back again with this comment from Germany. So take us through what the BJP is saying and what the Congress's response is on this.
Well, Priyanshi, you know, by this one comment of Digvijay Singh, I think the Congress party has quite literally played into the hands of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, this is exactly what the BJP had been saying from the day of that press conference of Rahul Gandhi, the talk that he gave in London, where he, you know, he did, of course, say that what are these big foreign powers, big democratic powers doing? All of this has been happening in India, and they aren't seeing what's going on in our country. So that one statement, which was picked by the BJP, and yes, you are right, repeatedly put out in press conferences and talked about by the leaders of the BJP, claiming that, look here, Rahul Gandhi has gone abroad and he's seeking foreign intervention into our domestic affairs, into our internal matters. And Rahul has, in fact, if there is one part of that whole talk that he gave, which he consistently denied, it was this part. He, in fact, in the parliament also, when reporters were asking him, he said, I never sought a foreign intervention. He made that point again in a different press conference, saying that I have not said anything like this. But, you know, the video is there, which is being played by the BJP. And today, the story has, in fact, that one statement of Rahul Gandhi's come back to haunt him. Because here is a statement, here is a reaction that's coming from Germany. The German foreign spokesperson saying that, you know, they are expecting standards of judicial independence and democratic principles to apply in Rahul Gandhi's case. Well, it is sort of a general statement. It's not very specific. I won't say it's a very hard-hitting statement against India or anything of that sort, but it's an unpleasant one. You know, this is something which is happening internally. It is clearly a domestic problem, if at all you can term it like that. But a foreign spokesperson, another country wanting to comment on this, of course, she was asked a question and hence this answer. Some days back, you also had a comment from the US government when a reporter had asked a question. There was another question to it, but then a very general answer to that. Now, these statements coming in from foreign countries, of course, are a little disconcerting for the Indian government, but they are not extremely bitter statements coming in from foreign countries. But by thanking him, by thanking the government of Germany or thanking the spokesperson or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Germany, Mr. Digvijay Singh, what he has done is just reiterated that point, that yes, they are seeking and they welcome a foreign intervention into what's been, quote unquote, the silencing of Rahul Gandhi, as they call it, by the ruling government. Now, if this happens, something of this nature happens, and you're putting it out in the public domain, you're writing it on Twitter, thanking the foreign government, of course, the BJP will make an issue out of it, and none less than the finance minister and then the INB minister, they are the ones who are reacting to it, saying we always said this. We said it all of this while we were just making this point, and they are proving it themselves. They are themselves, and it is for everybody to see that they are thanking, they are welcoming, they are seeking intervention of foreign powers. When we say Rahul Gandhi did that, why was he denying? He did exactly this. This is what he wanted. It's happening, and look how they are lapping it up.
Right, Megha, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So that's a fresh face-off between the Congress party and the BJP, with the BJP bringing back its allegation saying that the Congress party wants a foreign interference into the internal matters of the country. Now, moving on to the other big story, the Khalistani leader Amritsar Singh, who has managed to evade a massive manhunt by the Punjab police for 12 days, released a video yesterday confirming that he remains at large. Now, the Punjab police sources are saying that this is a video that was shot 2 days ago, and they also say that this video has been released by handles in the United Kingdom. The sources also say that Amritsar Singh is suspected to have returned to Punjab, and he's currently in Hoshiarpur, according to Punjab police sources. This after he was, of course, spotted in the national capital in a completely different appearance. Now the Punjab police suspects that he's back in Punjab. Now, meanwhile, on one of the aides of Amritsar Singh, Jammu and Kashmir police have filed a case under Indian Arms Act against a close aide of Amritsar Singh for fraudulently procuring a gun license. My colleague Nazir Masoodi is joining us for more details on this. And Nazir, take us through this case and why this aide of Amritsar Singh has been charged under that act in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, Varinder Singh, one of the close aide of this Amritsar Singh, has been booked under Arms Act by Jammu and Kashmir police. Why? He has, according to police, fraudulently procured a gun license from Kishtwar district So FIR under Arms Act has been registered in police station Kishtwar today, and his license has already been issued, cancelled by the district magistrate Kishtwar after a letter by the Punjab police a few days back. This Varinder Singh has also been arrested by the Punjab police 3 days ago, and he has been sent to a jail in Assam. So how could he manage to, get a license on forged documents? That he was a soldier deployed in Kashmir, and his 19th Sikh regiment was also deployed in Jammu and Kashmir, which was not a fact. Not only he got license from Kishtwar, but he got it renewed at least from 4 different districts for 4 to 5 years. That is the kind of which actually is not just this license. How a Khalistani sympathizer has got a gun license, but there's another person, Savinder Singh, he has also got the gun license from another district of Jammu and Kashmir, Ramban, which also shows how easily licenses were given before 2018, before the central rule in Jammu and Kashmir. Near 3 lakh illegal licenses have been issued in Jammu and Kashmir, which have landed into the hands of criminals, many people across the country. That is a bigger concern, how government is going to deal with the massive gun license racket. And as we see, this license has come.
Right. Thanks very much for joining us with those details, Nazir. With that, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it.
Hello, I'm Sneha Koshi, and it's a war of words. This time between the centre and the Tamil Nadu over curd. That's right. After a strong retort from Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and backlash from milk producers of that region, a directive from India's Food Safety Authority to rename curd packets as dahi in India has been changed. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India had issued the directive to the Federation of Milk Producers in Tamil Nadu, asking them to change the labels of their curd packets from curd in English to tair in Tamil to dahi in Hindi. The directives also apply to other dairy products such as butter and cheese. This was seen as an attempt to impose Hindi on non-Hindi speaking population by many. Food Safety Authority of India has now modified the order to rename curd as dahi. and I'm being joined by my colleague Sam Daniel. Sam, there was a major furore from Tamil Nadu. In fact, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister himself reacting to what seemed to have been this order, which has now been taken, at least been tweaked or changed by the Food Safety Authority of India. Has the government reacted after that?
That's right. The FSSAI Sneha says they are rolling back their earlier order mandating a replacement of regional names for curd with dahi, which was opposed by Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. Citing technical reasons for that instruction, now this government agency has rolled it back, saying that these 5 states can have their own names like Thairu in Tamil and other names in Malayalam, Kannada and Telugu. And this is being seen as a shot in the arm for the voices of dissent, opposition from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. From Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, the film producers associations or cooperatives had written to the FSSAI asking them to allow them to continue using the same name, be it in English like curd or in Tamil, Thair and other languages. MK Stalin particularly had taken a serious note of this and had said this is an attempt to impose Hindi, and he explained how this attempt is relegating mother tongue in these five states and taking a dig at the BJP at the center. He had tacitly said those responsible will be banished from the southern states, particularly in the context of the Karnataka elections, assembly elections and the Lok Sabha elections next year. And this issue also got unexpected support from the BJP. State BJP Chief Annamalai had also asked the central government agency to roll it back, saying that this is not in tandem, as he calls it, with the Prime Minister's thrust to develop and promote mother tongue across the country. In Tamil Nadu, the agitation against imposition of Hindi has a long history. It began in the early 30s, and in the 60s it became a very massive movement. At that point, the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had assured non-Hindi speaking states that India would have English as a link language between the center and the states as long as non-Hindi speaking states would accept Hindi. And in that context, this is being seen as a shot in the arm. And although Tamil Nadu was largely seen as the hub for opposition to imposition of Hindi, over the last few years, neighboring states like Karnataka and Kerala too had joined the bandwagon. And hence, in that context, the strong voice expressed yesterday over this issue is being now seen as a shot in the arm for these states from the south. Sneha.
Right. Thank you, Sam, for those details. And now news coming in from Indore, where 4 people have been killed and 19 have been rescued. This at a time when, you must remember, more than 30 people fell into a stepwell at an Indore temple this morning after the roof over it collapsed amid heavy footfall on the occasion of Ram Navami. I'm being joined by my colleague Anurag. Anurag, what are the updates? What are the details? Around 30 had fallen into that well.
A major mishap happened during Ram Navami celebration at the Beleshwar Mahadev Jhulelal temple in Indore on Thursday, where 4 people have died when the platform of a 40 feet deep stepwell collapsed, trapping around 25 to 30 devotees in the debris. The incident possibly happened due to the overcrowding on or near the platform of the stepwell inside the temple premises in the temple, which is in Patel Nagar area of Indore. Rescue teams have swung into action at around 12 o'clock and so far 19 devotees, including 2-3 kids, have been rescued alive. And the rescue operation still on. The Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has also said that he's in touch with the district administration there in Indore, and the SDRF team is also involved in the rescue operations. Divers along with special equipment have been pressed into the stepwell, and ladders made out of ropes are being used to rescue all trapped devotees. But in this unfortunate incident, so far 4 bodies have been recovered. Sneha?
Right, Anurag, thank you for those details. search and rescue operations still underway, as Anurag reports. And Mumbai police has registered an FIR against Telangana MLA T. Raja Singh. T. Raja Singh is accused of giving an inciting speech at a meeting organized by Sakal Hindu Samaj on 29 January in Mumbai. Dadar police registered a case against T. Raja on March 27th. And on January 29th, a massive Hindu Jan Akrosh Morcha took place in Dadar, which later turned into a meeting. Announcements and slogans were made in front of making love jihad an issue, and T. Raja Singh was invited as a speaker. I'm being joined by Uma Sudhir for more on this. So, Uma, what are the responses that you're getting at this point, FIR being filed for inciting hate and law and order issues?
Sneha, as we all well know, Raja Singh, who was a BJP MLA and was suspended from the party, in fact, has been known for hate speeches, and therefore one more FIR alleging that he indulged in hate speech is a sense of deja vu, I must say, because there are at least a dozen such cases against Raja Singh in the past as well. And as you were mentioning, he had made this speech on the 29th of January in Maharashtra, in Dadar specifically, as you mentioned. But even in as early as on March 10, he has once again, in fact, made some derogatory remarks about Muslims and claimed, in fact, that India would be declared a Hindu nation by 2026, and even that video, in a sense, went viral on social media. So, for Raja Singh, hate speech and being registered with an FIR for that doesn't seem to matter, because he seems to think that he gets political capital out of that kind of a profile that he has built for himself, because he was the lone MLA from the BJP to win the elections in Telangana, assembly elections in Telangana in 2019, even though, of course, subsequently in by-polls we have had BJP MLAs being voted in. But it is largely, I must say, on the capital of this kind of divisive politics that he plays that Raja Singh had got elected, and therefore, I would say this is only clarification that I would like to give is that this FIR has been registered prior to the Supreme Court, in fact, speaking about states needing to take action on hate speech that happened in the Apex Court yesterday.
Right, Uma, thank you for those details. And Aam Aadmi Party has trained its guns on Prime Minister Modi again. Aam Aadmi Party has put up Modi Hatao, Desh Bachao posters in 11 languages across the country. And you must remember, this is a repeat of sorts after what really happened in the national capital itself. The latest poster war comes just days after Modi Hatao, Desh Bachao posters appeared on walls and electricity poles across Delhi, resulting in 49 FIRs and arrest of 6 people. The BJP retaliated then by displaying Kejriwal Hatao, Delhi Bachao posters across the national capital. Let's listen into some reactions.
आज आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक बार फिर दुष्प्रचार करते हुए नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ पोस्टर निकाला है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी को सलाह देना चाहता हूं, केजरीवाल साहब, जितना दुष्प्रचार आप प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के बारे में करेंगे ना, उतनी प्रधानमंत्री जी की लोकप्रियता बढ़ती है। ये हमने पिछले कई सालों से अनुभव से देखा है, ये ध्यान रखिएगा। और जिस प्रकार से आप मोदी जी को, जिस प्रकार से आप दुष्प्रचार कर रहे हैं, उनको अनपढ़ बोल रहे हैं, उनको गालियां निकाल रहे हैं, देश की जनता देख रही है।
And moving on to Karnataka, former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa, who is spearheading the BJP's election campaign in Karnataka, today hinted that his son may contest against Congress veteran Siddaramaiah. A confident D.K. Shivkumar said there won't be any defections from the party to the BJP while welcoming new members into the party. Since its formation in 1999, the JDS has not been able to form a government on its own, setting an ambitious target of winning 120 seats. And I'm being joined by my colleague Shrija for more on this. Shrija, so Karnataka really poll ready, all political parties battling it out already, but perhaps the biggest challenge before the BJP, where Yeddyurappa is looking at fielding his own son against Siddaramaiah, the biggest challenge against BJP would be the anti-incumbency perhaps?
Well, that is something which right now the BJP is already fighting. As far as the anti-incumbency is concerned, of course, they are drowning in a raft of corruption allegations, which of course began nearly 2 years ago, despite you had several associations writing to even Prime Minister Narendra Modi, apprising him of the situation here in the state of Karnataka, saying that his MLAs, the BJP MLAs, are demanding nearly 40% of cut in whatever tender that they are indulging in. So this is something which especially the BJP has been drowning over the last 2 years. But however, on the other hand, the BJP is trying to fight off this anti-incumbency, where one, of course, is the reservation politics. We just saw in the past weekend how especially Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai, he very smartly moved especially the Muslims from the 4% of the OBC quota to nearly the 10% of the economic weaker section. Now that means the Muslims now will have to fight for their reservation status along with other communities, whether that is Brahmins, Vaishyas or Jains as well for that matter. So clearly that their reservation has come down to nearly 10%, but then, you know, they will have to share that with other communities as well. Now what he's done is by placating the Vokaligas and also the Lingayat community. Now these are the two major communities that determine the poll outcomes for the Karnataka during elections, and very smart move by Basuraj Bommai government by placating them and distributing that 4% of the quota equally amongst both these communities. So that is how we see how the BJP is fighting, of course, their anti-incumbency by placating one, of course, the Vokaliga and the Lingayat community. The other way is, yes, of course, you cannot ignore. Definitely, it's the polarization on communal lines. We've been seeing, you know, the poll agenda was already set just about a few months ago with the BJP talking about how this elections must be fought with the narrative of Tipu versus Savarkar. Now that is something, also another polarization angle on which the BJP is right now fighting. But of course today, yes, what we did go on to see is just one day after the Election Commission's press conference announcing the election dates for Karnataka, where it will go to polls on 10th of May and where you know, the counting will be done on the 13th. We see that there were all three political heavyweights of the parties. One, of course, B.S. Yeddyurappa himself, where he did, of course, dropped a hint, especially talking about how his son B.Y. Vijayendra, there may be chances, especially where he could be fielded against the Congress veteran Siddaramaiah, who's also a mass leader here in the state. But however, he did talk about how the decision will have to be taken by the party high command. It lies with the high command, because this was something just over the past few weeks where when he went on to announce that is he retiring from the electoral politics in Shikaripura from his home constituency and giving up that particular constituency to his son. Now that stirred up quite a bit of controversy, where we went on to see BJP's national General Secretary C.T. Ravi, where he took swipes at B.S. Yeddyurappa and also talking about how these decisions are not made in kitchen and it's not kitchen politics. But today, once again, he dropped a clear hint saying that, yes, there may be discussions and it is left up to the party high command to decide whether or not Vijayendra must contest against, Siddaramaiah or not. Because this comes to a question when was asked, especially to B.S. Yeddyurappa, who will be the strong contender against Siddaramaiah. So, and also there was a question with respect to his son as well. So that is when he quipped immediately, talking about his son, that it is left up to the party high command to decide whether they want to field Vijayendra against Siddaramaiah or not. So that is, of course, it's, if that is going to happen, that's going to be a close contest and a big one at that.
Shrija, very quickly, one more question. I mean, all of this is also coming at a time when Yeddyurappa has been at the epicenter of facing a lot of backlash after the announcements at the reservations, by the BJP government in Karnataka, and there were even stones pelted outside of his house, and you had reported this. Amid all of this, now news of his son being fielded against Siddaramaiah, is this a strategic, move to firefight, or is this
Well, one, of course, what we could see is, especially Varuna constituency that we're talking about, still things have not been decided. Yes, of course, Siddaramaiah had chosen his home segment, the Varuna constituency, just about one, because during the last time, 2018, we went on to see where he chose 2 constituencies. So that discussion is still on, because the second list of Congress is still not out. So clearly we're looking at how Congress is keeping us guessing. But on the other hand, in terms of whether Vijayendra will be fielded against or pitted against Siddaramaiah for definite or not, now that is still yet to be decided, because it is at discussion stage. It is what B.S. Yeddyurappa had categorically said. And in terms of firefighting, yes, amidst all of these protests right before his house, days after that, this is the first time where he went on to talk about saying that the reservation quota, which was decided by Basuraj Bommai, is has been justified, and that he went on to talk about the people from Banjara community, Bovis. Now, the Bommai government went on to give them even 4.5%, which is way above the expectations.
Right, Shrija. Right. Thank you very much, Shrija, for those details. She'll also be covering the elections very closely for all of us from Karnataka. And now moving on, a major row has emerged between the BJP and Congress after the comment into controversy surrounding Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as Lok Sabha member by Germany, where they said standards of judicial independence and fundamental democratic principles should apply in the case. Veteran Congress leader Digvijay Singh tweeted, thanked the German Foreign Ministry for taking note of how the democracy is being compromised in India through the persecution of Rahul Gandhi. Reacting to Digvijay Singh's tweet, union ministers, whether it be Kiran Rijiju and Anurag Thakur, have strongly hit out at the Congress. It's been a to and fro between the Congress and the BJP since then.
Indischen Oppositionspolitiker Rahul Gandhi zur Kenntnis genommen, ebenso wie die Suspendierung seines Parlamentsmandats. Nach unserer Kenntnis stehen Herrn Gandhi gegen das Urteil Rechtsmittel offen. Dann wird sich zeigen, ob dieses Urteil Bestand hat und ob die Voraussetzung für die Suspendierung des Mandats überhaupt gegeben ist. Wir erwarten, dass die Standards in Bezug auf die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz und demokratische Grundprinzipien auch für das Verfahren gegen Rahul Gandhi gelten.
Right, and I'm being joined by my colleague Megha. Megha, a lot of to and fro between the Congress and the BJP, but not really the first time where foreign interference is becoming a big political slugfest, or an alleged foreign interference is becoming a political slugfest in India. How is Congress looking at this?
Well, the Congress is yet to react to all of this because, after Mr. Digvijay Singh put out that thank you to the German spokesperson in the German Foreign Ministry for having taken note of what is happening with Rahul Gandhi back here in India. The major reactions that you saw come in were from the BJP top ministers, starting from the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to the INB Minister Mr. Anurag Thakur, and then the Law Minister Kiran Rijiju, Amit Malviya from the Bharatiya Janata Party, each one of them putting out very hard-hitting statements saying this is what we've been saying all along. Here is a man and a party that seeks foreign intervention into our domestic affairs, and they're inviting the foreign powers to look into what is happening here in India, but we won't tolerate it because our Prime Minister is Mr. Narendra Modi. Those are the words that are used by these ministers in their tweets. We had one reaction come in from Mr. Pawan Khera saying, you're trying to again sort of divert the attention. Why doesn't the Prime Minister give answers to the question that Rahul Gandhi is raising on the issue of Adani Hindenburg? But then we still are awaiting, the top people from the Congress party to sort of, give a reaction to what the BJP has been saying or the ministers are saying. But this is snowballing. Gradually this is snowballing into a big controversy, because here it's not only about two political parties here in India. These are statements that are coming in from the governments abroad. First we heard the US spokesperson. Now we are hearing the Foreign Ministry of Germany. Now at the end of the day, it is for the government of the day also to see as to why we are having such reactions from other foreign ministries, because see, reporters in press conferences will ask questions. questions. It's their job to ask questions. But the foreign ministries of these countries can always respond by saying, in many cases they do, that this is an internal matter of India. They have nothing to say. But you heard US, and you heard this almost the same sense that you got from the statement that is coming out of the German foreign ministry, saying that they do expect the rule of law and judicial independence to be held in as far as proceedings in India is concerned. The German statement is sort of middle of the road when the spokesperson says that, Rahul Gandhi has a right to appeal, and only after an appeal in a higher court they will get to know whether this conviction stands or not. But not actually taking a side here, but still there is a comment. There's a comment that should make Indian government a little uneasy. Now the Congress, of course, trying to play on the basis of these statements that have come in, but politically speaking, it looks like by putting out that thank you, Mr. Digvijay Singh has played into the hands of Bharatiya Janata Party, because they have been saying this all along, that Rahul Gandhi is seeking foreign intervention, something that Rahul refused. He completely denied that he has not said anything of the sort. But by today's tweets, it's almost clear that you are welcoming a foreign intervention, that you are delighted at the fact that other countries are paying attention to Rahul's conviction or his suspension from the parliament, and they are closely monitoring the situation, which the Congress, of course, wants to make an issue out of. But the BJP is trying to take the sting out of the Congress's fight by suggesting that it's everything that is happening around Rahul Gandhi or in the parliament is strictly Indian affairs. This is domestic issues, and we will not tolerate any sort of foreign intervention whatsoever in the matter.
Right, Megha. Thank you for those details, something that is going to be very closely watched. And for now, let's just quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll bring you more.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles.
Welcome back, and an update from Indore, where the rooftop of a wall near the stepwell had collapsed earlier in the morning. 8 have now been confirmed to have died in this tragedy. There's rescue and search operations which are still underway. More than 30 people had fallen into a stepwell at the Indore temple this morning after the roof over it collapsed amid heavy footfall on the occasion of Ram Navami. Several devotees have died. That is, we are confirming 8 to have been killed in this tragedy, and there's search and rescue operations underway for the others as well. There were several ambulances and police teams that had rushed to the spot, even as the rescue and search operations are still underway. Let's take a quick break for now. On the other side, we'll bring you more on the Karnataka politics.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired.
Welcome back. Well, it's certainly a no fool's day for the Income Tax Department, which is making serious and significant changes for people like you and me, the salaried class. The very hardworking taxpayer's life is changing from April 1st. Our colleague Niyati Bora from BQ Prime is telling us just how.
If you pay income tax, you'll want to listen to this. Big changes come into effect from the 1st of April, and this is no April Fool's prank. If you've missed the announcements, do not worry. BQ Prime has got you covered. First and foremost, before you do anything else, you'll have to decide on what tax regime that you'll follow in the new financial year. This is important because if you don't specifically choose the old tax regime, you'll pay the tax according to the new regime by default. Let me take you through the other major changes. First, in an attempt to make the new tax regime more attractive, the tax exemption limit has been raised to 3 lakh rupees from earlier 2.5 lakh rupees. Now remember, just like always, your income is incrementally taxed higher the more you earn. The tax slabs and rates are showing right up on your screen. Income from over 3 lakh rupees to 6 lakh rupees is taxed at 5%, and it goes up to all income above 15 lakh rupees, which is taxed at highest rate of 30%. Second, and this is the other significant change, if you're earning up to 7 lakh rupees and opt for the new tax regime, you won't have to pay any tax. That's also part of government's plan to sweeten the deal for those making the shift. The rebate offered by the government on tax is raised to 25,000 rupees from 12,500 rupees earlier, but only for those choosing the new tax regime. If you choose the old tax regime, income up to 5 lakh rupees is tax-free like before. Third, there is a standard deduction that has been added to the new tax regime to bring it on par with the old one. That stands at 50,000 rupees and is deductible from your taxable income no matter what regime you choose. Fourth, the surcharge rate is cut to 25% from 37% earlier if you're an individual earning more than 5 crore rupees. In fact, if you're earning over 2 crore rupees, this flat 25% surcharge will apply in the new tax regime. Take a closer look at your screen for the revised surcharge rates. Fifth, individuals and Hindu undivided families can choose every year which tax regime they will follow if they don't have any business income. But with business income, you can choose once in a lifetime option. Only once you are allowed to go back to old regime with no further option to return to the new tax regime. Sixth, a quick heads up for some specified businesses including MSMEs. Your turnover limit under section 44 AD is now raised to 3 crore rupees versus 2 crore rupees. The government has also amended section 44 ADA and has revised the presumptive taxation limits of gross receipts from 50 lakh rupees to 75 lakh rupees for specified professions. Seventh, if you're filing your tax returns on your own without seeking any help from a chartered accountant, and if you're super confused which tax regime to choose, don't worry. The Income Tax Department has launched an income tax calculator for you, so you can choose smartly. Told you it's no fool's day. Now go do your math, choose wisely, and file your returns quickly to avoid penalties later.
And a group of business leaders and academicians have signed a letter asking companies like OpenAI, Google and Microsoft to stop training more powerful artificial intelligence systems so the industry can assess the risks they pose. Parmeshwar Baba breaks down the details for us.
Some of the biggest names in AI are raising the alarm about their own creations. Now, I know there's an understandable impulse here to eye roll because after all, the signatories include some of the very people who are pushing out the generative AI models that they are now issuing warnings about. In an open letter published on Tuesday, more than 1,100 signatories call for a moratorium on state-of-the-art AI development. Signatories include Elon Musk, who helped co-found GPT-4 maker OpenAI before breaking with the company in 2018, along with Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak, as well as the Skype co-founder. The letter says, we call on all AI labs to immediately pause for at least 6 months the training of AI systems more powerful than ChatGPT-4, including the currently being trained GPT-5. It was released by the Future of Life Institute, which is a non-profit that works to reduce catastrophic risks. This letter adds, this pause should be public and verifiable and include all key factors, and if such a pause cannot be enacted quickly, government should step in and institute a moratorium. More to the point, the signatories include foundational figures in artificial intelligence, including Yoshua Bengio, who actually pioneered the AI approach known as deep learning, Stuart Russell, a leading researcher at UC Berkeley's Center for Human Compatible AI, and Victoria Krakovna, a research scientist at DeepMind. These are people who know AI, and they're warning that society is not ready for the increasingly advanced systems that labs are actually racing to deploy. Although it might seem like an AI race is inevitable because of the profit and prestige incentives in the industry, also because of the geopolitical competition, all that really means is that the true challenge is to change the underlying incentive structure that drives all factors as we speak. The open letter actually echoes this point. We need a moratorium on powerful AI is what the open letter says. So we have a chance to ask ourselves, should we let machines flood our information channels with propaganda and untruth? Should we automate away all the jobs, including the fulfilling ones? Should we develop non-human minds that might eventually outnumber, outsmart, obsolete and replace us? Should we risk loss of control of our civilization? In other words, we don't have to build robots that will steal our jobs. But what about the other assumption that we shouldn't slow down AI because it can bring the world so many benefits? The key point here is that we've got to strike a wise balance between potential benefits and potential risks. It doesn't make sense to barrel ahead with developing ever more powerful AI without at least some measure of confidence that the risks will be manageable. And those risks aren't just about whether advanced AI could one day pose an existential threat to humanity, but about whether they'll change the world in ways many of us would actually reject. The more power the machinery has to disrupt life, the more confident we'd better be that we can handle the disruptions and think they're worthwhile. In fact, OpenAI said in a recent statement that at some point, it may be important to get independent review before starting to train future systems, and for the most advanced efforts to agree to limit the rate of growth of compute used for creating new models. The tech heavyweights who signed the open letter agree. That point, they say, is now.
Well, a lot of controversy around this and of course a lot of interest as well. But for now, let's just quickly take a short break.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Welcome back, and it's of course the election season with a lot of political campaigning and rhetoric catching up in Karnataka, a major state going to polls ahead of the mega 2024 elections. I'm being joined right now by Dr. Ashwath Narayan, who's also Cabinet Minister of Karnataka and the former Deputy CM of Karnataka. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, for joining us. My first question to you, even as the political heat now picks up a lot in Karnataka, who's going to be the CM face for BJP, or are you going without one this time?
Can you repeat the question?
Dr. Ashwath Narayan, I'm asking you, who is going to be the Chief Minister face for BJP in Karnataka, or are you going without one this time?
See, with regard to this, at present we have the Chief Minister in the state of Karnataka. Who is going to be the future Chief Minister will be decided by the party MLAs and the central leadership. So probably in this direction, with the achievements what we have done so far in the state and in the national level under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, the achievements of the central government, the achievements of the state government, as well as our party, how we are able to reach out to the people, how we have been part and parcel of the people's life, and how we are able to impact the lives of the people. Based on that, we are trying to gain the confidence of the people and their votes. In this direction, already the leadership, there is no question of any vacuum. We have leaders in the state of Karnataka in plenty, and people are looking up to us with a lot of confidence, and they have got a lot of hope, and it's people's party. So it's a people's government.
Okay, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, you clearly haven't answered that question on who will be the CM face, being very ambiguous about this. But how is the BJP looking at handling the allegations that the opposition is raising at a time of very high anti-incumbency, as is being looked at, particularly corruption and the 40% ki corruption sarkar being one of the prominent slogans?
So this is completely a baseless allegation being made against the BJP state government, BJP-led government. There's no proof, nothing, just baselessly they have made this allegation. And they know very well what they're speaking is nonsense. Janata Party, we have got zero tolerance for corruption. We are not for corruption, and we are against corruption, and will ensure the entire society is corruption free. Probably in this direction, many reforms under the leadership of our Prime Minister in the state of Karnataka, we have come out with many reforms to ensure.
But a lot of contractors have actually gone ahead and protested also against the ruling BJP in Karnataka. There have been reports of suicide also that have been covered by journalists. So beyond politics, even contractors coming out and making these allegations. How is BJP looking at countering all of this during the election heat?
See, basically the people having alignment with the Congress party or Congress party backed contractors, or when the going gets tough for these contractors, they tend to make these kind of charges. So even they were not, see, when they want to make any allegation, they need to make with any proof or any kind of documentation, or without baselessly they are making allegation in air. I feel totally surprising with these kind of statements. And Bharatiya Janata Party has taken a lot of initiative to ensure in all levels. If you look at even the tender any tender been given in the state of Karnataka is through e-tender, the small amount, but most of them is through e-procurement. Even with e-procurement, the maximum ceiling is there. With all the SR rates been fixed, even the above ceiling is not more than 5% is the ceiling. And along with anything above 50 crores, again there is a scrutiny by one more committee, and after scrutiny by the committee only they are allowed to do the tendering. And there are many parallelly the agencies to check, supervise all these works. There is no scope for any kind of corruption. Even the anti-corruption cells or forums like Lokayukta, ACB, there are many forums where they work and ensure there is no corruption in the system. And as a government also, we have got zero tolerance for corruption, and we have been working.
Right.
And Congress party, when they were in power, with Sridharamaji or Shivkumarji, they were all into corruption. They are, promoting corruption. They are a corrupt party.
Okay, sir, I mean, all of this is, you're making these statements, of course, even as there's a lot of controversy around a BJP MLA and his son, and a lot of cash that was seized by the Lokayukta from the house. But I'll come back to that question in a bit. My question primarily being around all of these allegations of corruption and a major move by the Karnataka government, by the BJP Karnataka government on reservations to draw in a lot of caste support, as it would have been put by the political rivals. But has it backfired with a lot of protests against one of your tall leaders, Yeddyurappa himself, stone pelting outside his house? Is this going to be one challenge that the BJP did not anticipate ahead of the elections?
Let me answer. With regard to one of our MLA, or his family with the allegation, been caught with some money, yes, we didn't spare them. We allowed the Lokayukta to go in its natural course of action, don't spare anybody. When Congress was in power, they had totally withdrawn the power of Lokayukta. They wanted to insulate themselves. They were totally corrupt people. We are not for that. We are for the accountability, transparency, making it corruption-free society, corruption-free government. Probably in this direction, we are not spared even our own MLA. We said nothing doing. The law of the land should be enforced. Let it be anybody, let the action be taken against them. That is the kind of line of approach we have taken in our state, in our system. When it comes to the Congress, you've seen how they cover up, what they've been doing all this time, all with regard to the corruption. Coming to the reservation, see, time and again, even though post-independence, reservation with regard to the many challenges, problems, there were plenty of challenges. So there were many requests. Time and again, they've been asking to resolve these issues. None of the governments were able to do that. See, we have taken up this matter and we are able to successfully, very scientifically, with all justification, within the legal framework, we are able to resolve. Probably this is a very successful, except for an isolated incident which has been instigated by Congress party. We'll reach out to all communities. Wherever there's a communication gap, we are trying to reach out. When it comes to the scheduled caste, they wanted more reservation as per their population, which was addressed. The scheduled tribe wanted reservation as per their population, which was addressed. And where scheduled caste wanted internal reservation, which was addressed. So the people wanted ultimately getting the reservation, they were not getting benefit internally. So some people are totally backward, some people are a little bit forward. So competing with each other was the very purpose of defeated. So they wanted their concern to be addressed. We took this measure of addressing the concern to ensure, with documentation. There have been a lot of commissions, time and again been advocated to address their concern. Probably our government took the lead of addressing that concern. We have done it very successfully, and it is going to benefit each and every person for what it has been done, what for the reservation given, the purpose of reservation of particular categories, how they should get benefited. Probably We have done the right things very scientifically, very systematically. Time and again we can tell you, we have come out very successfully. This will be indicated with the coming election. We are on the right track. And along with the OBC, even with regard to the OBC, we are able to cater to all their requests. All other communities, we are able to. Whoever had got no reservation, no, just let me complete. Whoever got no reservation so far, all of them have got reservation. Let it be EWS, let it be any other category. All possible category, we are within the legal framework and we are done very systematically. We will get full marks, not even 99, 100% straight away marks will be given to the Bharatiya Janata Party government for doing the reservation policy very systematically and pro-people.
Right. Dr. Ashwathnarayan, you know, there's a strong anti-incumbency as is being seen in Karnataka. And in fact, the Chief Minister himself has gone ahead and said that JDS has joined hands with Congress against the BJP. But Mr. Kumaraswamy has gone ahead and very strongly refuted this to NDTV, saying that they are fielding 23 candidates for the first time this time and looking at a much larger mandate than they have ever got before. And are people who are approached not only by the Congress but even by BJP. So they're really being the kingmakers is what Mr. Kumaraswamy has said. So is the anti-incumbency heat getting on to BJP in Karnataka?
No, the trend has changed. That was a time when we used to talk about anti-incumbency. It is all now pro-incumbency under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and our Chief Minister and our party, our leaders. It is only pro-incumbency, pro-BJP, pro-incumbency. There is no question of anti-incumbency has gone out of trend now. Wherever the BJP-led governments are there, it is only pro-incumbency. We are with people and people are with us and their blessings are with us. Definitely we are going to get the full majority. There is no... So far, we never got full majority. This is the first time. We are very confident. It will be much more than the simple majority and we are going to form our government. What may come with people's blessing, we are going to form government. It will be pro-incumbency, pro-people. Whatever work so far has been done by Government of India or Government of Karnataka, the double-engine Sarkar, it is always pro-people and people are totally looking up to Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party is people's party. They look up to see a great future. It can happen only through Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress party has lost all its credibility or the hope. People don't have any hope on Congress party. Its existence has become a question. The very existence of Congress party has become questionable. I don't see any future with Congress party. People don't look up to Congress. There's no question of JDS or Congress. Even they come together, not coming together, doesn't matter for us. We are going to come back, we are going to win the election and we are going to form our government.
Dr. Ashwathnarayan, we're totally out of time, but I have to ask you this question. You are saying you're pro-government, you're pro-people, but your own leaders have indulged time and again in alleged hate speech. You've had your leaders talk about people who follow Tipu Sultan to not live in the state, to not be part of India. There have been hate speeches in Karnataka by BJP leaders themselves. There's been rhetoric, there have been issues that have been brought up, which really doesn't sound as if it would have been very pro-people of all groups. How are you looking at all of this if you're calling yourself pro-people?
See, our party, irrespective of caste, religion, we are very inclusive, equitable. We don't believe in appeasement politics. See, one thing is very clear. We are not against any religion, any caste, anything. We are a very inclusive, equitable and inclusive party. So probably in this direction, if you look at the leadership across the world, we work with all countries, with all citizens, with all religion. Even in our country, our state, we work with all, we care for all the citizens of this country. There is no question of being against anybody. But we are for particular purpose, we are with a ideology, we are with a system, and we don't believe in appeasement. We are for equitability, inclusiveness, uniformity with everybody. So probably in this direction, time and again we have shown that commitment for all sections of society.
So would you be giving directives to your party leaders not to indulge in statements that may incite feelings or incite hate towards one particular section?
No, we don't. See, this message, this message should be more to the Congress party. They are into divisive politics. They are into divisive politics. We are into inclusive politics. The divisive politics has been practiced by Congress party. They don't have any clarity. They always try to break the society. They try to break the nation. They try to break all the things. It is only the Congress party. It is very opportunistic politics. It is a party which needs to understand all these things. Our party is committed for the welfare of each and every person, each and every human being. We respect humanity, human values. We are for it. There's no doubt about it.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, for joining us. All the very best to BJP for this election. And for now, let's just quickly get into a break. On the other side, we'll bring you all the latest.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it.
Good evening, I'm Sneha Koshi, and a very unfortunate news that we're beginning this bulletin with. Around 12 people have been confirmed to have been killed in the tragedy that happened in Indore earlier today, when more than 30 people fell into a stepwell at an Indore temple after the roof over it collapsed amid heavy footfall on the occasion of Ram Navami. Let's listen to what the Chief Minister has had to say first.
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना हुई है, लेकिन भगवान की कृपा से हम सब पूरी ताकत से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में जुटे हुए हैं। मैं लगातार संपर्क में हूं। अब तक 10 लोग सुरक्षित बाहर निकाले जा चुके हैं। 9 और सुरक्षित जीवित अभी अंदर हैं जो सुरक्षित हैं, और बाकी के लिए प्रयास लगातार जारी है। मुझे लगता है कि प्रभु राम की कृपा से, भगवान की कृपा से हम लोग जो बेहतर से बेहतर हो सकता है, सारे संसाधन वहाँ जुटाए हुए हैं और काम में लगे हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि हम सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल पाने में सफल हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि 19 लोगों का तो मैंने बताया ही, अभी बाकी के लिए प्रयास जारी है।
And I'm being joined by my colleague Anurag Dwari for more on this. Anurag, what is the situation? This doesn't really look nice at this point. 12 people having lost their lives in this tragedy.
Yes, they have a really unfortunate incident where 12 people lost their lives, and the rescue operation is now completed. The old well was covered with a concrete slab in the courtyard of Lord Shiva Temple in Patel Nagar, where this temple is, and people had gathered to offer prayers on the occasion of Ram Navami, causing the concrete to cave in due to the load. And the victims fell into the water and clung to hanging debris of the concrete and iron mesh to save themselves. But in this unfortunate incident, as said by the collector T. Raja, 12 people have lost their life and 19 people have so far been rescued from there. And the Chief Minister has also announced 4 lakh rupees to the dead and 50,000 for the injured in this unfortunate incident. Sneha.
Anurag, did you mention that the search and rescue operations are over at this point? If that be the case, around 30 people had fallen into the well, so 12 people have lost their lives. Have all other people been rescued?
Yes, this is what have been, communicated to us by the district administration, that the search and rescue operation are over now, and 12 people have lost their life, and so far more than 19 people have been rescued from the well.
Right, Anurag. Thank you for that update. And moving on to news from West Bengal, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has launched a strong attack on the BJP, invoking the Godhra incident and the Bilkis Bano case in a speech in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee made the remarks on day 2 of a dharna in Kolkata against the central government.
जमींदारी चल रहा है. BJP is behaving just like a feudal landlord. अगर बीजेपी के खिलाफ में कोई कुछ बोलता है, उसको जेल में फेंक देता है. बीजेपी के खिलाफ में कुछ बोलते हैं तो उसको हाउस से निकाल देता है. अगर बीजेपी का खिलाफ में कोई बोलते हैं, ईडी को भेज देता है, सीबीआई को भेज देता है. कितना ऑनेस्ट पार्टी भाई, क्या ऑनेस्ट पार्टी है. आज खाली हिंदुस्तान ने, आज बाहर का बीबीसी भी बोल रहा है, इंटरनेशनल प्रेस भी बोल रहा है, हम देश का साथ में हैं, हम देश का खिलाफ में कोई बात नहीं सुनने चाहते हैं. लेकिन आप इंडिविजुअल, आप लोगों ने जो पार्टी बनाया, हम 2 दफे बाहर गया था तो क्या किया, 5 आदमी को डॉलर देके खड़ा कर दिया, हमको ब्लैक फ्लैग दिखाने के लिए, और बोलता है बंगाल में जेनोसाइड हुआ है. जेनोसाइड का मतलब समझते हैं? वो गोधरा में हुआ था, वो बिल्किस का उधर में हुआ था, वो एनआरसी का बारे में हुआ था, वो क्या का बारे में हुआ था, वो दिल्ली में जो मूवमेंट हुआ उसका बारे में हुआ था. कितने एनकाउंटर में मरते हैं. हमारा कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी 2-4 केस भेज के सबको बोलता है तृणमूल चोर है. वो काम है कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी को, जो चिरकुट भेज के नौकरी देते थे, फाइल नहीं है.
And I'm being joined by my colleague Saurabh Gupta for more on this. Saurabh, the two big pictures that emerge from what Mamata Banerjee has spoken. One, of course, continuing her attack on the BJP, but also making references to the controversy that has now emerged between the Congress and BJP primarily over alleged foreign interference, or at least foreign countries making comments on what's happening in India.
You know, of course, this is, of course, Mamata Banerjee setting the stage for her politics in the days to come. 2024 is not very far away. Panchayat polls in Bengal are even closer. But this is really setting the tone for national politics for the Trinamool Congress. In terms of being an aggressive face, an aggressive force against the BJP behemoth and the BJP election machinery. Which is why you will see Mamata Banerjee making the comments about misuse of central agencies, withholding of funds, saying, targeting the BJP, taking on the BJP for its allegations against her. And this is again, like I said, all tuned towards 24. So this 2-day dharna is really setting the tone for the days to come in terms of the Trinamool Congress's politics on the national stage, its national strategy. And you'll see in that context too what has been said about Rahul Gandhi and his disqualification, what has been said about the BJP, the Prime Minister. Everything is tuned and geared towards the BJP politics of the national stage and how the Trinamool wants to counter it, and at the same time pitching for opposition unity. Whether it's, this issue of, an MLA in the Bilkis, I beg your pardon, an accused in the Bilkis Bano case, being seen on stage. So this is all geared towards Mamata Banerjee's positioning against the BJP and her positioning of her party, the Trinamool Congress, against the BJP.
Right, Saurabh. And that was sort of reporting on the context of what Mamata Banerjee spoke during her day 2 of the dharna. And moving on to Tripura, where a video showing a BJP MLA from Tripura allegedly watching pornography on his mobile phone during the State Assembly session has gone viral on social media, sparking outrage and criticism. The MLA Jadav Lal Nath represents the Bagbasa constituency in the northeastern state. The incident reportedly took place when the assembly was discussing issues related to the state budget. The video, which was captured by someone sitting behind Mr. Nath, shows him scrolling through a feed of video clips, pausing and intently watching a clip that appears to be pornographic on his phone while the speaker and other MLAs were speaking. I'm being joined by my colleague Ratnadeep. Ratnadeep, how's been the reaction that has come to this clip that now has gone viral of the BJP MLA watching allegedly pornographic material as the State Assembly discusses the budget?
Well, this has been a major embarrassment for the BJP, which has recently come back to power in Tripura. Now, this video, which has gone viral, in this video, we can clearly see the BJP MLA from Bagpasha, Jadav Lal Nath, and he's seen watching that alleged pornographic video, which has been, now this has gone viral. And in fact, the opposition parties, the main opposition party in Tripura, Tipra Motha, the Congress and the left has vehemently, criticized the BJP. And the fact that till now, the opposition is saying why the BJP is mum, why there is no action being taken by the party or the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. In fact, we did speak to the party chief of Tripura, Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharjee, short while back and over phone, and Mr. Bhattacharjee actually said that the party is aware of this video which has gone viral, and a show cause notice will be issued to the MLA, Mr. Nath. And in fact, what we are hearing from the Speaker's office is that the Speaker is aware and he is reviewing the situation. That's what Speaker office also told us. But what is important here, the opposition really cornering the BJP in this issue and raising serious questions on the BJP and the fact that the BJP leadership has officially not made any statement as of now on this video which has gone viral and caused major embarrassment for the BJP in Tripura.
Right, Ratnadeep. Thank you for those details. Of course, a huge political slugfest over these visuals of a BJP MLA watching porn in the Tripura Assembly as the budget was being discussed, as reported by my colleague Ratnadeep. And it's time for a short break, but on the other side, we'll bring you all the details of what seems to be a massive political slugfest between the centre and the Congress and even other opposition leaders now speaking on it. And what is it? After the break.
Brought to you by
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Welcome back. And a major row has emerged between the BJP and the Congress after Germany's comment into controversy surrounding Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as Lok Sabha member, saying, quote-unquote, standards of judicial independence and fundamental democratic principles should apply in the case. Veteran Congress leader Digvijay Singh thanked the German Foreign Ministry, tweeting, taking note of how the democracy is being compromised in India through persecution of Rahul Gandhi. And there's been a series of reactions to this. Reacting to Digvijay Singh's tweet, Union Ministers Kiran Rijiju, Anurag Thakur, Nirmala Sitharaman, to name a few, have strongly hit out at the Congress. It's been a to and fro between the Congress and the BJP since then. I'm being joined by my colleague Megha to break this down for all of us. And Megha, what really is this going to turn into? We have Parliament starting again next week, but we have a couple of days remaining before that does. Where is this heading to?
Well, this looks like, this is going to snowball into a big controversy. This thank you note put out by Mr. Digvijay Singh was perhaps the starting point of it all, because had it just been restricted to what the US said the other day and the reaction that came in from the German Foreign Ministry spokesperson, it would have been a sort of a muted story. But the statement that, or rather the thank you that was put out by Mr. Digvijay Singh is something that sparked another round of debate between the Congress and the BJP. If he is thanking the Foreign Ministry of Germany for having, saying that they're tracking the situation very closely and they expect the democratic values to be upheld, and they are also expecting judicial independence. Well, these words obviously is not going to go down really well with either MEA or with the government in general here, because, you know, we are talking about our courts, we're talking about the independence that the Indian courts enjoy, and our courts are, I mean, at the end of the day, these are the verdicts and orders handed over by our courts, and I do not think, or rather anybody would be of the opinion that courts are being influenced in any manner or you know, whatsoever. So this sort of a statement will be a little uncomfortable for the Indian government, but for the rival political party to have thanked a foreign government for putting out or, you know, speaking in this manner about an issue which is quite clearly an internal or a domestic issue, of a problem between two political parties for that matter, and something in which our institutions are also involved. I mean, whether it is the lower court in Surat or it is the parliament here in the national capital, these are our Indian institutions, and one does not really, you know, would not want an external government or a foreign government to be commenting on the goings on of these institutions. So yes, this will make the government a little uneasy, but the political side of the story is the thanking that has happened from the side of the Congress, which the BJP of course is now picked and is trying to turn it into a huge issue, saying that this is what we've been, you know, claiming all of this while. Rahul Gandhi has sought the intervention. This is how they, you know, there's so much of happiness within the Congress camps at the first reaction that has come in from a foreign government. And this is exactly what they have been seeking. This is what Rahul Gandhi has been calling for, an intervention into our domestic affairs by foreign governments. But this is not to be tolerated. We have a Prime Minister who's a very, very strong person, and the government that he leads will not allow anything of this nature to happen. You know, foreign countries can have, of course, their own reactions to situations here in India, but this is completely a domestic matter where our institutions are involved, and we are running a very strong and a solid government that does not require foreign intervention of any sort. Now, you had the reactions coming in from the Finance Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, from the INB Minister, Anurag Thakur, from the Law Minister, Kiren Rijiju. So all the top ministers now taking on the Congress, slamming Digvijay Singh and the party and Rahul Gandhi, and of course reiterating and reinforcing the stand that they have taken, that look what Rahul Gandhi has been trying to do. He sought intervention on a foreign soil, and here when you have a semblance of an intervention, they are so joyous about it. This is because this is exactly what they have been seeking to do.
Right, Megha. And in fact, let's just listen to what was the reaction from Germany that created all of this political slugfest.
Indischen Oppositionspolitiker Rahul Gandhi zur Kenntnis genommen, ebenso wie die Suspendierung seines Parlamentsmandats. Nach unserer Kenntnis stehen Herrn Gandhi gegen das Urteil Rechtsmittel offen. Dann wird sich zeigen, ob dieses Urteil Bestand hat und ob die Voraussetzung für die Suspendierung des Mandats überhaupt gegeben ist. Wir erwarten, dass die Standards in Bezug auf die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz und demokratische Grundprinzipien auch für das Verfahren gegen Rahul Gandhi gelten.
And moving on to election heat, of course, I'm talking about Karnataka, one of the major states going for elections before the 2024 mega parliamentary elections. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddyurappa, who's spearheading the BJP's election campaign in Karnataka, today hinted that his son may contest against Congress veteran Siddaramaiah. A confident D.K. Shivkumar said there won't be any defections from the party to the BJP while welcoming new members into the party. And since its formation in 1999, JDS has not been able to form a government on its own, but has set an ambitious target of winning 123 seats this time. And I'm being joined by my colleague Shrija to break all of this down for us and put it all in context. Shrija, we were also interviewing a minister from BJP, and what seems to be very clear right now, there's no specific word on who will be the CM face. There's no one denying anything. There's no one saying anything. So that being one, and of course, Yeddyurappa, who's been at the center of a lot of protests over the reservation policy that has seen changes in Karnataka, now seems to be indicating his son will take on the Congress veteran.
Well, that is definitely, something which is not being confirmed, because what, of course, what we see here in Karnataka is B.S. Yeddyurappa, in fact, being the Lingait strongman and also BJP's parliamentary board member. He has, of course, dropped a hint. He did, of course, say just about a few weeks ago that his son, Vijayendra, will be contesting from Shikaripura constituency, but then did go on to, give out a condition saying it's left up to the discretion of the BJP High Command. But today is something different. Today he went on to talk about how especially, Vijayendra might contest opposite Congress veteran Siddaramaiah. And in fact, he has also won from the same constituency to become the chief minister of the state. In fact, Yeddyurappa himself sounded pretty confident, saying that, yes, this time around you would have Siddaramaiah winning the election. So, you never know what is the kind of, arithmetic as far as the BJP is done, as far as the Varuna constituency is concerned. But this definitely is a big news and big development just when, the second list is yet to be announced. And more importantly, where the BJP is just waiting to announce its candidates from which particular constituencies. That is something which is still awaited, where the BJP is kept, candidates guessing, also kept the people guessing, and also the other parties as well at the same time. So, as far as B.S. Yeddyurappa is concerned, yes, he has dropped this particular hint, but however, has also said there is a condition that's left up to the discretion of the party's high command. Definitely, he also did say something like, high-level discussions are on to decide if B.Y. Vijayendra will be fielded, because clearly we see there was a discussion if B.S. Yeddyurappa had to bring in, had to drop a hint of B.Y. Vijayendra contesting opposite Siddaramaiah. Clearly looks like there was some sort of discussion at the high level in the BJP headquarters in Delhi. So not just that, more importantly, we are looking at a situation where Mr. Yeddyurappa is right now firefighting mode amidst the protests, just like how you pointed out. But of course, nearly days after, where he had given a clarification saying that yes, he will be visiting his constituency, he will be trying and talking to those people who had actually protested outside his home, pelted stones. He did go on to today reason by saying that the reservation quota, which was decided by Basuraj Bommai, has been justified. In fact, he also did say that the Banjaras community, which according to Karnataka's government is tagged and known as touchable community, now that particular community, which is Banjaras or Govis community, they have given, that is Basuraj Bommai government, has given nearly 4.5%, which is way above the community's expectation. So B.S. Yeddyurappa is in a way firefighting as far as the BJP is concerned, even at a time when there is a strong anti-incumbency against the last party.
Right, Shrija, thank you for those details. We'll continue to report all the details emerging from Karnataka ahead of the crucial voting. And moving on, radical Sikh preacher and Khalistani leader who has been on the run for 12 days now, Amritsar Singh, was managed to evade a massive manhunt by the police for 12 days. Released a video confirming that he remains at large. Punjab police sources have said he's in Hoshiarpur, and this is what Saurabh Shukla has said. And the latest being, there seems to be a case against Amritpal aide in J&K. This comes just days after that video really was released by Amritpal as a search is on for him. Jammu and Kashmir police have filed a case against the Indian Arms Act against a close aide of Amritpal for fraudulently procuring a gun license. Varinder Singh had managed a gun license from Kishtwar district in 2013 and subsequently renewed it every year from 4 different districts across Jammu and Kashmir. Police said an FIR was filed at police station in Kishtwar. And I'm being joined by my colleague Nazir Masoodi for more on this. Nazir, this seems to be very worrying. One, the fact that he is a close aide of Amritpal, and 2, that the license, was it a legal framework that was followed to renew these licenses, or is the police looking at some other angles as well?
Well, Sneh, it appears that this Amritpal's, this aide, Varinder Singh, and also Tavinder Singh, 2 these sympathizers of Khalistan, they have been the beneficiaries of this massive gun license scam in Jammu and Kashmir, which was running from 2012 to 2018. near 3 lakh licenses have been issued. Now, what has happened today? Police have filed an FIR against Virender Singh under Indian Arms Act for fraudulently procuring a gun license in Kishtwar district. He produced fake documents that he was serving in Jammu and Kashmir, and his regiment 19 Sikh also deployed in Jammu and Kashmir. Not only that, he got the license issued for him in Kishtwar district, but after that, for almost 4 to 5 years, he got his license renewed from 4 different districts, which includes Poonch, which is Katwa, and Riyasi and Ramban. In all these districts, he has got his license renewed, which clearly shows how easily it was accessible to people to get a gun license in Jammu and Kashmir, and also renew them as well. So police have filed this FIR. His license has already been cancelled after Punjab police wrote to District Magistrate Kishtwar that this license has been issued to Virender Singh. Remember in between 2012 and 2018, near 3 lakh gun licenses have been illegally issued by district magistrates across Jammu and Kashmir. CBI has been investigating the case, but it has been the country's biggest gun license scam, and we see now how Khalistani supporters have been the beneficiary of that scam.
Right, Nazir, major loopholes and major concerns as this angle also emerges to the big picture of Amritsar Singh, who has been on the run for 12 days now. Time for a short break.
A deeply polarized world where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with
And some breaking news that has come in. Our Indian National Congress has distanced itself from its leader Digvijay's tweet that had actually welcomed the support from Germany, where Germany had gone ahead to say that the judicial processes must be closely followed. Now, what is really the tweet? This is the tweet that you can see in front of you. Congress firmly believes that India's democratic processes themselves have to deal with the threats posed to our democracy by Mr. Modi's assault on our institutions and his politics of vendetta, intimidation, threats and harassment. INC and opposition parties will take him on fearlessly. I'm being joined by my colleague Megha. Megha, so after a lot of backlash and even the BJP ministers, central ministers hitting out at the Congress, now Congress tweet that clearly distances itself from what Mr. Digvijay Singh's tweet was.
Yeah, like we were discussing, some time back, that this was expected to snowball into a major controversy, given the fact that, it's no longer restricted to just two political parties here in India. I mean, you are thanking a foreign government for the words spoken about Rahul Gandhi's disqualification, where the foreign ministry spokesperson actually uses, words like we expect the democratic values to be upheld and the judicial independence to be stuck to. So, yeah, those are words that would make any government uncomfortable. But to add to that, if you have the rival and the main opposition political party, thanking the foreign government for a statement like this, sort of amplifying what they have said, but then this would have put Congress in a false situation going forward, actually. And then you of course saw how the top ministers of the government took on Mr. Digvijay Singh for just reinforcing the point that they've been making all of this while, that Rahul Gandhi has been seeking foreign intervention, something that both Rahul himself has denied and so has the party denied. His the people who advise him, Sam Pitroda, etc., everybody coming out and emphatically denying that Rahul ever said anything of this sort, because you see, at the end of the day, it is very difficult to justify and defend your position if you're asking for foreign intervention. Now, and so this one tweet by Mr. Jairam Ramesh now distancing the party from what Mr. Digvijay Singh said in the morning. And, we were all wondering as to why the Congress was so silent on it. Why after Digvijay Singh's statement, there was nothing, not one word coming out of the Congress. And here comes a statement wherein he, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, through the statement, is distancing not only himself as one of the top leaders of the party, but the entire party, was suggesting that the party believes that India's democratic processes themselves have to deal with the threats posed to them. And obviously, suggesting that no intervention from outside is required.
Right. Thank you, Megha, for those details. And for now, let's just leave all of you with this special segment by BQ Prime in conversation with Ajay and Anita Puri.
His professional journey is well documented. Practically a founder, CEO at HDFC Bank, which he led for 26 years. At the time of his retirement in October 2020, McKinsey noted that HDFC Bank was the highest valued financial institution in India and the 10th most valuable bank in the world. The Economist magazine highlighted that HDFC Bank delivered total shareholder returns of more than 16,000% under Aditya Puri, dubbing him the world's best banker. But today, our focus is on this book, Aditya Nama, the man behind the banker. And you couldn't ask for a more authentic account, because Aditya Nama is written by Anita Smiley Puri, Aditya Puri's wife. It's an absolute pleasure to be talking to both of you today and together.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Your husband is famously private, Mrs. Puri. And K.V. Kamath has also written in this book, Aditya Nama, that Aditya himself never sought the limelight, but his achievements caught the limelight. So straight up, what did it take to get him to agree to a personal book about him?
So what happened is that on his 70th birthday, his retirement, I decided during COVID to surprise him, but I had written a coffee table book on him, which I did not publish, but just made it for him. And I wrote it in secrecy in the bathroom because I did not want him to know that I'm writing this book. And I presented it to him when he was 70. And he was so touched and he really didn't know about it. I was quite shocked because he was in the house because it was COVID.
Yes.
So I really had to work very hard at that, at keeping it a secret. But I managed, and it surprised him no end, and he loved it. He was almost in tears when he saw it. And that's when he decided that your latent desire since so many years to write a book on me, now I can see why you're so, wanting to do it, because when I see this book, it's a labor of love. So I think you should go ahead and write this sweet, small book, a happy book, just our anecdotes, of our life, nothing to do with the bank, nothing to do with his career. That's been done and dusted with. So,
and it is indeed a happy book, but it is also personal. And I'm asking you a straight question, Mr. Puri. Did you have any veto rights? Were there any bits that you took out?
So she carried on, and frankly, after 45 years, Manvi, you know when you've lost. And better do it gracefully than to have unpleasantness. Yeah, my option, before reading the book, now I'm very proud. I think it is a labor of love. I think she's a fantastic writer. I wish I had known earlier. I had her draft all my speeches and all. That's the only thing I didn't delegate. But now I'm very, very proud of it. But was I hesitant even when she was writing? And if she had given me the option, answer would have been no.
Well, I want to start at the very beginning, because that, in a sense, is where the book starts, when you first met. How you first met. You just met once, then you absolutely lost touch, and then here you are.
Yes.
Married, 45 years. So take us back to that story, because it's a really loving one.
Yes, it is a very sweet story that I was invited by his cousin. She was also fresh in Miranda House. I was also fresh in Miranda House. And it was just 2 weeks into our, getting into this very prestigious college of Miranda House, that she came up to me and she asked me for this party that her cousin was throwing. And I was from a very conservative school called Lawrence School, Lovedale in Ooty. So I was actually shocked at, you mean it's a mixed party with boys and girls? She said, yes. But as soon as I entered, she introduced me to her cousin Aditya, and somehow he didn't leave me and I didn't leave him the whole evening, and we were having a lot of fun together. And we just hit it off, and then suddenly
party is
there
over.
was absolutely no connection for all these years. And again, when the proposal came, I was shocked. He was shocked that it's the same, person.
Because he'd actually been asking about
Yes,
you
yes.
in the intervening years,
Yes.
wondering where
she's
Smiley, Anita, where is she?
Yes, and he said, I want to marry her. Deepa, where's that friend of yours? So when the proposal came, he only wanted to see.
He got upset, in fact, Deepa. When you had the opportunity, you didn't speak up. Now why are you irritating me?
But everything's fine when it works out in the end.
Yeah.
Because here you are,
Yes.
45 years later. Mr. Puri, in the book, Anita Puri describes you as someone who's always positive, bold, and sensible. And yet when I read this book and I said, there's an invisible person in your life, invisible from a professional lens, who's been as positive, bold, and as sensible, and that's your wife, because she's literally taken all those leaps of faith with you along the way. During those early years of HDFC Bank, why and how was she a source of strength for you?
See, Manu, what happened was that it all sounded great. Come, we'll set up a world-class bank, this, that. But when you're sitting in a 2-acre house in Malaysia, and you've got a golf course here, and you got servants galore, and you got people to do everything, and then you come here, and the first time it hit me was I was on the single table and myself, and there was renovation going on the floor, and I said, "Oh shit, what have I let myself into?" And but once I was there, and I was telling people, come and join, as a team, which was very important. I couldn't have done it alone. So all the guys who came initially needed to have that same passion, and we brought it through as a team, telling them that if you believe in it and you can do your job well, I'm taking the best guys in each area, and I will be a first among equals. We will create the best bank. So we were all very sure, but the path is not so smooth as it seems to be, and I couldn't let my face down. The outside face had to be rah, 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 everything is great, it's working perfectly, but nothing works perfectly. So I'm actually, and then I would come back to my listening bag, my punching bag, my support, everything in the evening. And actually without her, I couldn't have done it. And I don't know how she didn't divorce me.
In the book, Mrs. Puri, you talk about how people marvel at the focus and the passion that he brings to his work, whether it's expanding the bank, whether it's driving quarterly earnings. But there is so much evidence in the book of how much passion and focus he brings to, whatever plan he set out on. I mean, whether in the early days, moving to Citibank, Saudi Arabia, so that he had a plan. He wanted a better life for you as a family, and or it's just a piece of driftwood that you've seen on the beach, and then there is a mission that takes off. Yes. So, talk to us about something that sort of exemplifies his focus and passion, but outside of the bank.
Yes. So for me, I find when we bought our first home in Prabha Devi, so the building was still under construction, so there was no lift. But we were on the 10th floor. So I had developed early signs of arthritis. So the doctor said, no climbing stairs. But this house had to be made, right? And the architect and him would go every day climbing up 10 floors to see the work which was done or had to be done, or which was complete, or which was wrong. And even without the architect, in the evening after he finished work at HDFC Bank, he would go by himself to see what the work had been done, which had been given to the people, to the workers in the morning. He would climb up 10 floors twice a day to complete this home, which I couldn't do. And I would really be, dumbfounded at his, energy, his passion.
Mr. Puri, you're an urban legend. And I say you're an urban legend because, here we are in 2023, man who's always gone home at 5:30, doesn't like to carry a cell phone. Mrs. Puri says in the book, you come back home and you're a do-nothing kind of guy. Although we just shared an example of which is the exact opposite, but you kind of switch off is what she's trying to say. When everyone keeps striving for work-life balance, I have to ask you for the umpteenth time, what was that formula of philosophy that you followed to get this balance?
Actually, if you remember the time when we joined Citibank, my God, we were so driven that nothing mattered other than the bank. And then somewhere along the line, 2-3 years down the line, I read this, the CEO of Coke, the shortest speech I believe a CEO has given. And he said in life, you have about 4 or 5 balls in the air. So your marriage, your friends, your hobbies, your health, and your job. And there is only one rubber ball in this lot, and that's your job. You lose it, you get another one. But if you ignore the rest of what's going to make your life pleasant, that's all ceramic. You crack it, and you're going to pay for it. So it's very important that you do not get so carried away with your so-called successes or think you are the best and become unidimensional. So I was not ready to be a unidimensional people. I love music. I like to garden. I like to trek. I like to play golf.
You like food.
I like food. I like my wife and sit with her and listen to music and travel. So I said, I can't be unidimensional.
I want to, delve into some of those sort of qualities that you've developed along the way. And again, people talk about, Mrs. Puri says in the book, you're able to focus on the goal, no matter what the surround sound is, no matter what's happening in the environment. So whether it's driving quarterly earnings or growing the bank, and I keep coming back to that driftwood story because, gosh, I mean, it was an exercise from procuring to transporting to getting its original luster. But the question I want to ask is this just something you were born with, this ability to focus, or is it something that you've honed over the years, over the decades?
I think some amount you must have that desire for excellence and focus and achievement. But you can fine-tune it every year. And it does come about. Because without that focus, if you get lost in the collateral noise, you're not going to achieve anything. Then you can work till 10 o'clock and still not have what needs to be done. And I think she has a very apt quote in the book by Mark Twain, that in this world there are two groups of people. One are those who achieve, and one are those who claim to achieve. And the first group is in short supply.
Mrs. Puri, in her book also, that theme comes across. It's all about the team, putting the team first, attributing the success to the team. Again, you're a role model. And therefore, I'm asking you these questions. What are some of the principles that you apply when it comes to team management? And let's just approach it this way.
See, first you have to understand that you can't know everything. So you hire a fellow for a particular job because he's an expert. You can provide him some input, but if he's not competent, don't keep him. But you must give him respect, then he'll work twice as hard. Discussion up to a point, which I learned from my forces background, is very good. And then finally, if it doesn't, you don't get a uniform decision, majority prevails. But once that's done, you walk like the army. People think that when you say team, it's the 10 people reporting to you. When I say team, I talk about 150,000, and she'll tell you the instances. 150,000 people who work for HDFC Bank who feel we make the bank, and that's what they did. And ultimately, the whole lot have to believe that this is a common goal that we're going to make happen. It's not Mr. Puri's goal, it's our goal. And second is you've got to have compassion and decency. There won't be a single fellow who would tell you that if we want help, will you go to Mr. Puri? They'll say yes. And they will get help. So you got to make them feel a part of the success because they are. You got to make sure that they feel that they will be looked after and they're important to the bank and not a cog in the wheel. And you have to walk the talk.
Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out.
I want to talk about, calculated risk, because that's, again, something that sort of echoes in the book, whether you took a calculated risk to leave India, go to Citibank, Saudi Arabia, then to quit Citibank, start HDFC Bank, and of course, getting the risk reward right at the bank is like a constant. It's a given. Is there a formula to that, Mr. Puri?
First formula is Rabdi Mehr. Okay, so God's grace must be there. And then if you don't take some risk, then you then have to compromise where you reach. But your objective of taking that risk should be very clear. So going to Saudi Arabia, the objective was that I don't have to really work, because you used to get 50% per diem allowance. You used to get a higher salary. You got 5 holidays in a year, and you got $1 salary. And I don't want to tell you the salary, but it was enough that when I finished, I really didn't need to work. And the terminology used in Citibank for this kind of money, I don't want to tell you, you would know it. It starts with an F. But that was the objective. And the day we had that, then I said, okay, now I want to make something. And I must here tell you about Nanupam Nani, my boss, and my mentor, and somebody who helped me a lot and really looked after.
And his wife also spotted your talent very early on.
So I got to be grateful to. So I made him send me to Saudi. And then in Saudi, after some time, I said, now this life is not for me, because she had a tough time. That time, Al-Khobar in 70, what?
It was 82.
1982.
There's nothing there.
Yeah, back home beyond, nothing. And so it was very tough on her. So I rang up Nanu. I said, Nanu, now you call me back. So Nanu says, rascal, first you want to go, now you want to call me back. What is your guarantee? I said, I give you my word. He said, okay, that's just good enough for me. And so then he brought me back to Delhi to come back, because there again I felt, okay, if I work hard, I'll make it. Now I have the money. I don't have to be tense about anything. And at the same time, I think I should prove myself professionally also. So some risks you have to take.
Yeah.
And believe in yourself. That's why, but she helped me more. So whenever I stop believing in myself, she says, you're a twit. I know you got that. How can you even say such things?
But the question I wanted to ask you, Mr. Puri, is this. What gives you greater satisfaction? All your well-documented successes as a banker, or all of this other big component of your life? I mean, your children, Amit and Amrita, your grandson, Rian, all of the other hats that you play, son-in-law.
I would have to say satisfaction personal is the other half. I'm very happy. I'm very grateful that I did very well professionally. And that's a different satisfaction. But things that touch your heart, if the grandson says, he's my best dadu, or if my daughter says, he's my man, or if my wife rarely says he's a good husband.
Oh, come on. She wrote all about that in the book.
But I didn't. I only got to know after 45 years. I got beaten up regularly. Or like what we did in the bank, and much before CSR became an issue, and I presented to the board and I said, I want to do this. We've got to give back. So we actually jointly in the bank and all the branch people here again as a team, we thought we should get scale and make it, is the uneducated but skilled. And they were being used as daily laborers. So we said, why can't we have a program where we make them self-sustainable? Give them the finance, give them the training, So I think we helped about 14 million families. And the CSR program in HDFC Bank is unbelievably documented. We brought 1,000 or 1,200 villages up to the level of Eastern Europe, solar, water, etc. We looked at education of children, and some 1.6 million children, we changed the standard of what we're doing. We looked at improving agriculture and health. Now that was, when you talk to the parts of the bank that handle that, they almost got priority when I went there. And it was great fun because they needed to be committed. more than me. And when they saw that they were being appreciated, wow.
So that was satisfying.
Yes.
Mrs.
And of
Puri,
course, now my grandson is smarter than me. I never got these straight A's and whatever 3.924, whatever GPA. He's much smarter than me.
So that also gives him a very big thrill.
Yeah, and a continuing source of satisfaction, I'm sure. Mrs. Puri, this bundle of energy is, I wouldn't say retired. He's got lots of things going on, but, definitely not at the same pace that he's been used to. And so the question is, how are you doing? How are you coping? Is life throwing up a whole new paradigm now or what? But I want you to really capture.
I really want to read this out. It's the conclusion of my book. And it talks about, Aditya, how he has smoothly moved on to the next chapter of his life. And I'm so happy to see him passionately pursue his dreams of providing quality, affordable healthcare across the length and the breadth of the country. He's providing credit to the underprivileged and democratizing the benefits of technology to reduce disparity and environment protection. He's loving the time he can spend with the family and the time he has now to do everything from playing golf to traveling, to listening to music. As Omar Khayyam said, a book of verses underneath the bough, a flask of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me, singing in the wilderness, and wilderness is paradise now. This is from Omar Khayyam, the Rubaiyat of the Omar Khayyam. And this is him.
She sings well also.
I'm so glad you read that out because, that struck me while I was reading the book. The quotes that mark the end of each chapter in the book are so appropriate. They distill the essence
of that
chapter and, that period of your life
Yes.
and that period of your experiences. Once again, thank you both so much for your time. And I'm so glad that I've got this opportunity to talk to both of you. And we haven't talked banking, and that's a miracle. So thank you.
Thank you for having us over.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's been lovely.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23. Good evening and welcome at a time when both the BJP and the Congress are trying to outdo each other in a war of words ahead of the Karnataka elections, and in fact even the elections, the main ones in 2024 coming up. The statement made by Digvijay Singh, in fact a tweet where he thanked the German government for recognizing what he said was the persecution of Rahul Gandhi was something he thanked them for. He said, "Thank you, German Foreign Affairs Ministry, for taking note of how the democracy is being compromised in India through the persecution of Rahul Gandhi." Now, Digvijay Singh is no stranger to making remarks that often get him into trouble. He speaks his mind, but at a sensitive time, it's unfortunate for the Congress party, which has now distanced itself. But before they did that, these were a couple of the reactions. Sign a memorandum of understanding with Communist Party of China with opaque contents during interactions abroad. It's moving too fast, but essentially Nirmala Sitharaman, among Kiren Rijiju, Anurag Thakur, all hitting out at Digvijay Singh. Jairam Ramesh has now said that the Congress firmly believes that India's democratic processes themselves have to deal with the threats posed to our democracy by Mr. Modi's assault on our institutions. So India's democratic politics have to deal with India's challenges, is what the Congress now says on record. Interestingly, in all of this, and in fact let me bring my colleague Megha in at this stage. Interestingly, Rahul Gandhi had actually said the same thing when he was at Cambridge, that India's internal institutions need to deal with India's problems. Now, he said a lot of other things as well which got him into trouble, but Digvijay Singh just added sort of salt to the injury, to the wound as it were.
Yes, Vishnu, but looks like the Congress has now gotten into some damage control mode. With this tweet that we are just putting out right now, we broke some time back the tweet that has come in from Mr. Jairam Ramesh, now distancing his party and himself from what Mr. Digvijay Singh has said, because looks like the Congress has found it very difficult to defend the words and the thank you note that was put out by Mr. Digvijay Singh, thanking the government of Germany, the spokesperson of the foreign ministry there. The lady there in the press conference, when she was asked a question on Rahul Gandhi's matter, she said that she's expecting the judicial freedom and the democratic values to be upheld in India. These words will hurt any government, any democratic free government, and it has pretty much hurt ours also. The reaction that you saw was, but the reaction of the BJP, Vishnu, that came in was not to the German statement. Or in some days back, we also heard from the US government that was a wishy-washy statement on Rahul Gandhi, but then you have foreign governments reacting on this matter. But the BJP and the top ministers of the Modi government did not react to these statements. What they reacted to was this thank you put out by Mr. Digvijay Singh, saying, well, we were saying this all along. It's just a reinforcing of the charge that the BJP has been making that Rahul Gandhi is seeking foreign intervention. What better way to sort of prove their point than this thank you note from Mr. Digvijay Singh? So Congress obviously now has gotten into this damage control mode, and the tweet that Mr. Jairam Ramesh has just put out, because they were silent through the day and we were wondering why the Congress has not spoken, either taking the side of what Mr. Digvijay Singh is saying or otherwise. But now it looks like they have made up their mind. They cannot defend what Mr. Digvijay Singh has said, perhaps realizing that this is going to snowball into a controversy. They'll really find themselves in a difficult spot on this. And the statement that has been made by Mr. Jairam Ramesh is this, that Congress firmly believes that India's democratic processes themselves have to deal with the threats posed to our democracy by Mr. Modi's assault on institution and his political vendetta, etc., etc. The Congress and opposition parties will take him on fearlessly. But then this is our issue. It's an issue that is completely domestic, should remain within the confines, our national confines, shouldn't really be talked upon or deliberated upon or commented upon by a foreign power or a foreign government for that matter. The reactions that have come in on this story, first from the German spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry and then the BJP reacting to it. Let's take a listen.
Politiker Rahul Gandhi zur Kenntnis genommen, ebenso wie die Suspendierung seines Parlamentsmandats. Nach unserer Kenntnis stehen Herrn Gandhi gegen das Urteil Rechtsmittel offen. Dann wird sich zeigen, ob dieses Urteil Bestand hat und ob die Voraussetzung für die Suspendierung des Mandats überhaupt gegeben ist. Wir erwarten, dass die Standards in Bezug auf die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz und demokratische Grundprinzipien auch für das Verfahren gegen Rahul Gandhi gelten.
Today the statement made by the Congress leaders, the manner in which Digvijay Singh is seen cheering, the statement made by Germany as regards an internal matter of India shows that this is not a sahyog but it is actually a prayog. Days ago, Rahul Gandhi made a fervent plea for foreign intervention into India's internal affairs on foreign soil. He demanded US, Europe and other countries, Western countries, intervene in India's democracy. He's done this in the past too with Nicholas Burns. And as if on cue, statement after statement is issued from foreign shores by foreign countries, indulging and interrupting and also making statements on matters which are firmly within India's internal affairs. And then Congress party comes out and celebrates those statements, justifies those statements, justifies that intervention.
All right, let's go back to Megha at this stage. Megha, is this likely to hurt the Congress in the run-up to Karnataka?
This will. This really will, Vishnu, because, you know, trust to, as far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, Vishnu, and having covered them for a long time, I can tell you for a fact that they will pick this up and run with this, especially in Karnataka, where all their top faces will start campaigning in perhaps next week or so. This will be made into a poll issue. That look what Rahul, they've been talking about this, you know, for the last 10-15 days, or rather from the time Rahul Gandhi made that statement in London, they have been playing video clips of this, Vishnu. The statement that Rahul made, or the answer to the question, I beg your pardon, an answer to the question that he was asked about Indian democracy, where he said that what are these foreign powers doing, and he did mention US, he mentioned UK, etc., and then talked about what he called was suppression of democratic values in our country, or the killing of democracy in our country. From that time, that video is playing again and again, and is being played in the BJP press conferences by the top ministers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And now, when you have an addition to that story, an addition of this nature, something that the BJP has been claiming, Vishnu, all of this while. They have just been claiming that this is exactly what the Congress has been asking. And now you have some sort of a comment on what's been going on as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned. But here is a situation that it is not only confined to Rahul Gandhi. There are institutions involved. There are Indian institutions involved. There's a court involved. There's a parliament involved. And, and this government, which is led by Narendra Modi, will not tolerate any sort of intervention and such words that have come in from the spokesperson, be it US, be it Germany, talking about the independence of judiciary to be upheld. I mean, here we are a free country, it's a democratic country, and all our institutions are in place and they function independently. If you were to suggest that they are being influenced, especially by political parties or the government of the day, these are the ideas which this government will not tolerate. That's the stand of the BJP. So do expect, trust the BJP, Vishnu, to go into this poll season, go into these campaign speeches in Karnataka, right, taking this message across to the people.
Okay, thanks very much, Megha, for sharing those details. The Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, has launched a strong attack on the BJP, invoking the Godhra incident and the Bilkis Bano case in his speech in Kolkata. Mamata made the remarks on day 2 of a dharna in Kolkata against the central government.
जमींदारी चल रहा है. BJP is behaving just like a feudal landlord. अगर बीजेपी के खिलाफ में कोई कुछ बोलता है, उसको जेल में फेंक देता है. बीजेपी के खिलाफ में कुछ बोलते हैं, तो उसको हाउस से निकाल देता है. अगर बीजेपी के खिलाफ में कोई बोलते हैं, ईडी को भेज देता है, सीबीआई को भेज देता है। कितना ऑनेस्ट पार्टी भाई, क्या ऑनेस्ट पार्टी है। आज खाली हिंदुस्तान ने, आज बाहर का बीबीसी भी बोल रहा है, इंटरनेशनल प्रेस भी बोल रहा है, हम देश का साथ में हैं, हम देश का खिलाफ में कोई बात नहीं सुनने चाहते हैं। लेकिन आप इंडिविजुअल, आप लोगों ने जो पार्टी बनाया, हम 2 दफे बाहर गया था तो क्या किया, 5 आदमी को डॉलर देके खड़ा कर दिया हमको ब्लैक फ्लैग दिखाने के लिए, और बोलता है बंगाल में जेनोसाइड हुआ है। जेनोसाइड का मतलब समझते हैं? वो गोधरा में हुआ था, वो बिल्किस का उधर में हुआ था, वो एनआरसी का बारे में हुआ था, वो क्या का बारे में हुआ था, वो दिल्ली में जो मूवमेंट हुआ उसका बारे में हुआ था। कितने एनकाउंटर में मरते हैं। हमारा कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी 2-4 केस भेज के सबको बोलता है तृणमूल चोर है। वो काम है कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी को, जो चिरकुट भेज के नौकरी देते थे, फाइल नहीं है।
My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us for more on this. Saurabh, we've seen Mamata Banerjee really step up her attacks against the BJP in the last, 24 hours or so. There was that entire washing machine episode which we saw as well, and this today. What is this a part of?
Well, it's all geared towards really the big 2024 elections. But the key challenge is opposition unity. Whether it's the Aam Aadmi Party with its poster campaign against the Prime Minister, or Mamata Banerjee with this dharna, the target has been the BJP and the Prime Minister. But beyond that, what are the challenges for the opposition camp is opposition unity. All these parties need to come together to mount a serious challenge to the BJP, and is that possible? Now today, of course, Mamata Banerjee, not only did she take on the BJP, but she also warned of a march to Delhi, a Delhi Chalo, a second edition, if the demands of Bengal were not met, which is the precise reason why she is sitting on this dharna. And there's a list of reasons why she's sitting on the dharna, including what she says is a sit-in protest against the deprivation by the central government. And then there are a list of, the vindictive BJP government is not giving Bengal its due, Center owes 1 lakh crore to the state government. All of these questions, something that the BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya also has responded to. But the fact is that it is not only about this issue, it is the larger issue of coming together for 2024, setting the tone for the next year. In a year or so, India goes into a general election. The BJP is clearly in the driver's seat in terms of, narrative and all of that. How will the opposition build a counter-narrative, build a counter-strategy? That is what all of these dharnas or these poster campaigns are aimed at. But you really need the opposition parties to sit together. We've seen some movement in terms of the Congress and the Trinamool Congress with a slight softening of stand as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, as far as the Congress and Rahul Gandhi's disqualification issue is. But there are other issues that still remain to be resolved. And really, all the parties, whether it's the Aam Aadmi Party in its poster war, whether it's the Trinamool and this dharna, they're all looking at 2024, setting the tone for 2024, preparing for the elections. And clearly, each of these parties are trying to emerge as a challenger to Mr. Modi on their own at this point. But will they come together? Will they be able to come together and mount a united challenge? We don't have the answer to that yet.
All right, Saurabh, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. Meanwhile, an update on Amritsar Singh, the Khalistani supporter, the leader who has actually been on the run from the police. The Punjab police has now released 348 of the 360 people that they had detained. This after the Akal Takht had reached out and made a statement saying that a lot of people who were not in any way involved with Amritpal are being unnecessarily being held. So 348 are out. My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us now for more on this. Saurabh Shukla joins us for more on this. Saurabh, just a couple of days back, Amritpal had also made a statement saying that, people are being unnecessarily arrested. And now you have this release which has taken place. Is there some sort of belief or expectation that after the release of these people, Amritpal might be arrested or he may surrender?
Very clear that
has called for a huge religious meeting on Baisakhi called Sarbat Khalsa. The one thing is very clear that he is not going to surrender. Number two, Punjab police has cleared one thing from day one, that they will not arrest anyone who is not directly involved. So last week they had released 197 prisoners, and so far they have released 348 prisoners out of 370. Out of these 370 prisoners, 348 are now released in different batches. Out of these 22, 8 are in Dibrugarh. They are put under NSA by Punjab Police. Number three, which is very important, I'm highlighting this as per my sources because on Monday, Akal Takht issued a very strong statement saying, quote unquote, innocents should be released within 24 hours. And the way Amritpal gave call that Akal Takht should call Sarbat Khalsa, and Amritpal is also trying to sort of take video and audio routes to line with Akal Takht. So this is a major step of releasing these 348 prisoners. A back channel, you can say, negotiations with Akal Takht of Punjab Police and Punjab government, because to keep Akal Takht aligned with government in this whole operation is very important. And Akal Takht, according to my sources, has cleared to government and police that they will not allow Amritpal to come and surrender in Akal Takht. If he wants to surrender, he should surrender in front of police or anywhere else, but that surrender will not be allowed in Akal Takht.
All right, we leave it over there. Thanks very much, Saurav, for sharing those details. We'll take a short break at this stage, come back with the news of a major mishap which has taken place in Indore. Nearly 20 people dead in a temple. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out.